Chapter 161. Wong. Chu Yang erupted with all his strength, using the great thousand-leaf hands. Naturally, it was the second method. A buzzing sound was emitted from his body. At this moment, he actually made a breakthrough. For the second method of fighting, his original limit was 50 arms. However, at this moment, he broke through 2 checkpoints consecutively and produced 70 arms. The 70 arms were filled with illusions, but they also seemed to be a divine ring. Indistinguishable leaves, one leaf blinding eyes, shifting roots and connecting leaves. True and false, false and true. One leaf blinding eyes, one leaf blinding eyes, one leaf blinding eyes. Shifting roots and connecting leaves was like a Buddha trying to save a demon. Umaba. No. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yang had already closed in on him long ago. His heavy arms and heavy palm shadows came crashing down. The 4 dragons behind him let out dragon roars as the heavy palm shadows all landed on his body. Boom, boom, boom. The violent Vajra demonic ape protecting Zhao Meng exploded under such a violent attack. No matter how tough its Zhun Yuan was, it couldn't withstand the power of 4 dragons. With a loud bang, Zhao Meng was sent flying. When he landed, the ground exploded and soil soared into the sky. In an instant, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Not far away, Zhao Meng struggled to stand up. He coughed up blood, and his body was dripping with blood. His chest was caved in, and who knew how many bones were broken. Chu Yang's attack just now had seriously injured him. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and killed. The destruction of the Zhao family was also imminent. Little bastard, you think you're the only one who's ruthless? I'll show you what ruthlessness is. Zhao Meng took out a Yao core. It was emitting a black demonic luster, and there seemed to be a demonic ape within. What Zhao Meng has isn't the blood essence of the Vajra demonic ape, but the demonic core of the Vajra demonic ape. This was not the only thing that Chu Yang had guessed wrong. This is the Vajra violent demon ape's demon core, and there is actually the demon ape's divine soul within it. Zhao Meng's gaze was incomparably complicated. He looked at Chu Yang with resentment, disbelief, and fear. All kinds of emotions intertwined as he looked at Chu Yang, who was not far away. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he directly swallowed the violent demon ape's monster core. Ruthless? Who was more ruthless than who? You dare to devour the Yao core, but I don't. Before, Chu Yang dared to swallow the monster core, and now Zhao Meng did the same thing. Moreover, the monster core in his hand was far more terrifying and powerful than the one Chu Yang had swallowed. Zhao Meng no longer cared about his own life. Boom! Under everyone's shocked gazes, Zhao Meng suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared. In the next moment, black demon Qi surged out from his body and turned into a huge wave that swept through the surroundings. Roar! An inhuman roar rang out, and the light and shadow in the huge wave changed. When everyone saw Zhao Meng again, he was no longer a human, but a demonic ape. The clothes on his body burst apart, revealing the black hair all over his body. Each strand of black hair seemed to be made of steel. Chapter 162. Zhao Meng had completely demonized and turned into a violent Vajra demon ape. Only his face was left. His face was still the same as before. It was as though Zhao Meng's face was placed on a violent Vajra demon ape. It looked extremely discordant, strange, and frightening. Boss, be careful. Little Six's voice turned grave in Zhao Meng's consciousness. Such a degree of demonization isn't inferior to a violent Vajra demon ape. Chu Yang naturally knew. His eyelids twitched as a great sense of crisis engulfed his heart. The violent Vajra demon ape had astonishing strength and was unshakable like Vajra. However, it wasn't clumsy and was extremely agile. How should I deal with this? He had already used all his trump cards. Just as Chu Yang was distracted, the aura of the demonized Chu Yang's entire body surged, and he slapped with all his might. There was a loud rumble as Chu Yang was sent flying. Junior brother Chu. Everyone from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution exclaimed. This scene was so sudden that even Chu Yang was caught off guard, let alone the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. At this moment, Zhao Meng was much stronger than before. What other methods do I have? Chu Yang's heart was in turmoil. This was the biggest crisis he had encountered since he had awakened his previous memories. Rumble. The demonized Zhao Meng didn't hesitate as he moved and blasted at Chu Yang with the speed of thunder. There was a surge of demonic aura as a sinister and weird laughter could be heard. Jek, human, I have to express my gratitude. However, if I don't kill you, I won't be able to completely occupy this body. Zhao Meng's consciousness had been completely suppressed by the violent Vajra demon, Ape's divine soul. Amidst the weird laughter, there was a loud rumble as Zhao Meng smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Chu Yang escaped by a hair's breadth. Bastard, you are still lacking if you want to kill me. You will know your mistake later. Chu Yang's voice was extremely cold as he pushed his genius martial soul to the limit. Despicable human. Who are you calling a bastard? The violent Vajra demon ape was enraged as it raised its arm and smashed the violent ape hammer over. Boom! Boom! One move after another, the devil ape seemed to be displaying its own unique martial skills. Every move was extremely shocking, as if every punch could shake the heavens and earth. It was unknown how much more violent it was compared to Zhao Meng. Chu Yang was forced to retreat again and again, as if he could no longer resist. The competition between the two of them had developed to this point, and in the end, it was actually an animal that took advantage of it. It made people sigh, and even more so, shocked. Nan Gonging, so what if your Coiling Dragon Martial Institution has a freak? You will still be destroyed. Zhao Ba's face was malevolent. His eyes were about to split open. His own brother was actually forced to such a place. He was mad with hatred. If you want to annihilate the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, wouldn't you, Zhao Ba, and your Zhao clan have to suffer the same fate? Nan Gongying's expression was ashen, but how could he be at a disadvantage? He sneered and counterattacked. Ha ha! Zhao Ba seemed to have gone crazy as his twisted face was filled with resentment. Later, I will definitely wipe out your Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. I will kill until your blood flows like a river, and not even a chicken or dog will be spared. It's too early for you to be happy. Chu Yang isn't someone you can imagine. Do you really think that Li Mu was just scaring your Zhao clan? Simply ignorant. Chu Yang's innate talent, martial arts, reflexes, skills, and awareness were all too amazing. Who could have imagined what he was doing now? Chapter 163. Ha ha ha. Nan Gonging, you're just deceiving yourself. Zhao Ba sneered loudly, venting his grief and anger to his heart's content. Deceiving myself? Nan Gonging looked at the field with a mysterious smile on his face. Then, he looked at Chu Yunlong. Zhao Ba, did you see Brother Chu's expression? Did he look worried at all? Zhao Ba's smile came to an abrupt stop. Facing Zhao Ba's gaze, Chu Yunlong's face remained calm. Zhao Ba, to be honest, I'm not a heartless person, but this son of mine is definitely not someone I can imagine. You may think that I'm arrogant, but I think that my son will win. My son will win. His tone was extremely confident. Chu Yunlong was already looking at Chu Yang in the middle of the field. I have 2 sons. My eldest son is very outstanding. His journey was smooth sailing, but in the end, he returned with a broken arm. If my younger son can't even dominate this insignificant Coiling Dragon town, I think he should just forget about avenging his older brother. Father. In the Coiling Dragon Hall, Chu Fei heard his father's words and said, Father, don't worry. Little brother has never met a decent opponent. He needs this kind of fight and this kind of pressure. Although this demonic ape is a mutant, it can't do anything to little brother. At most, it's little brother's whetstone. Without a decent opponent, this father and son pair. In the Coiling Dragon Hall, no one knew where this father and son pair's confidence came from. At this moment, Chu Yang was being pushed back again and again by the demonic ape. He could only block and had no strength to fight back. How could he have a chance to turn the situation around? Junior Brother Chu's most powerful weapon should be his sword, but he hasn't used it yet. A voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Everyone looked over. It was Ji Jingcheng. Junior Brother Chu hasn't used his sword yet. Ji Jingcheng looked at Zhao Ba and said, "It seems that he's keeping it for him." At this moment, Chu Yang still had a trump card. Everyone was shocked. This was too hard to believe. Ji Jingcheng didn't care about everyone's reaction. He said, "Do you see? Junior Brother Chu in the field looks like wind." Is it wind? Wind. Many people were stunned, but Nangong, Ying, and Zhao Ba had already seen through the clues. At this time, Ji Jingcheng opened his mouth again. Junior Brother Chu seems to be like a gust of wind right now. No matter how strong the devil ape is, it can't hit or catch the wind. This is one of Junior Brother Chu's sword techniques. I've felt it before. Ji Jingcheng pondered for a moment before replying. Junior Chu probably has a sword art that he hasn't fully comprehended yet. He's currently trying to deduce and comprehend it. If he were to make a move later on, it might very well be a fatal blow. Killing with one strike? How dare he? Many people sneered, but at this time, the demonic ape suddenly stopped chasing after Chu Yang. Its fierce eyes actually pierced through the coiling dragon palace and stared straight at Ji Jingcheng. Could it be true? Could it be that Ji Jingcheng was telling the truth? It was simply unbelievable. However, the devilish ape's reaction seemed to be the best explanation. It clearly had extremely sharp senses and had heard everything that Ji Jingcheng had said, which was why it had reacted in such a manner. Bang, bang, bang. Then, a series of earth-shattering sounds rang out. The demonic ape actually retreated quickly, causing the ground to tremble. It quickly distanced itself and stared at Chu Yang with great caution. Its actions clearly showed that it was aware of the great danger it was in. Its actions also indirectly confirmed Ji Jingcheng's words. Chapter 164. Ji Jingcheng's face couldn't help but turn red. He even felt very regretful. How could he have revealed Chu Yang's background? At this time, Chu Yang had already taken out a sword and pointed it at the violent Vajra demon ape. Demon ape, for little six's sake, I'll give you a chance. Immediately submit to me and form a contract with me. At the same time, little six's voice appeared in the demon ape's mind. Are you stupid? Since you're aware of the danger, why didn't you run away? As a fellow ape, you're embarrassing me. The demon ape's eyes trembled. From that voice, it could feel the pressure and fear from the depths of its soul, as if it was facing a monkey king. Although it was only for a moment, it did not doubt it. Rumble. The demon ape fell to its knees heavily. Ignorance is blameless. Please, please forgive me. The demon ape was so scared that it could not even speak properly. Chu Yang and little six couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Ji Jingcheng was in fact a divine assist just now. Although Chu Yang was indeed preparing two sword moves, the last move of the wind-chasing life-stealing sword technique, the Yama form, and the other move of the fragrant elephant crossing the river, the cutting all flows. The Yama form did not have any moves. Just now, he had used his genius martial spirit to the limit and deduced it. It was as invisible as the wind, and as invisible as the king of hell. One would die upon seeing it. As for the fragrant elephant crossing the river, cutting all flow, if it could cut off the 3,000 strands of worry, how could it not cut off one's life? However, this was only the result of his deduction. As for how powerful it was, he had no idea. Chu Yang had only done this out of caution. However, he had never thought that it would actually frighten the devil ape. Boom! Zhao Ming's demonized body rapidly shriveled and shrank, then returned to its original form. However, its body lost its luster. An array of demonic light shot out and entered Chu Yang's body, disappearing without a trace. This, in an instant, it was as if the world had lost all sound, and a deathly silence filled the air. No one had expected this result. The demon ape actually submitted to Chu Yang. Could it be that the pressure from Chu Yang and the demon ape was so terrifying? Otherwise, how could such a ferocious demon ape submit willingly? Impossible. Zhao Ba's eyes widened. This was the only thought in his mind. His younger brother Zhao Meng had paid such a high price, but in the end, he had obtained such a bizarre result. He found it hard to accept. Zhao Meng, do you still want to struggle? The shriveled Zhao Meng was actually struggling to stand up, as if he wanted to fight with Chu Yang. It was truly shocking. This was a fierce person, and even more so a ruthless person. However, it had to be said that he was incomparably loyal and sentimental to Zhao family, to his own family, and to his older brother and relatives. For this, he was willing to give up everything. Zhao Meng, you and I are enemies, but I admire your perseverance. This is the greatest respect I can give you. Chu Yang took a step forward, and with a thunderous boom, he shot towards Zhao Meng like a beam of light, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Raising his sword, he executed the wind-chasing life-reaping sword style. Chi! The sword pierced Zhao Meng's throat, and he fell to the ground with a loud thud, completely losing all signs of life. Meng! Zhao Ba cried blood as he let out a sorrowful roar. Like a cannonball, he rushed out of the coiling dragon grand hall and arrived beside Zhao Meng in an instant. His body trembled as he let out a long howl towards the sky, like a wounded beast. Ah! The sorrowful howl resounded throughout the coiling dragon martial institution. Zhao Ba's short body burst out with a terrifying aura, and the broken sword that was stabbed into his shoulder was forced to fly out and penetrate the ground. Bang! The flames around his body burned fiercely, causing the air to crackle. A hand gently closed Zhao Meng's eyes that were not closed, and then he stared at Chu Yang. Zhao Ba, the patriarch of Zhao family, third layer Chi Soul realm, third talents realm, severely injured. This was the final enemy, and also the final counterattack of Zhao family, the final struggle before death. When Zhao Meng died, it was already over. The conspiracy of Zhao family and Azure Dragon School against the coiling Dragon Martial Institution had been declared a complete failure. Such as Zhao Ba was filled with despair, unwillingness, grief, and resentment. At the same time, it was also the most dangerous situation. Rather than saying it was a final struggle, it was better to say that he wanted to bite off a piece of meat from the coiling Dragon Martial Institution before he died and find a sufficient cushion. Chapter 165. Ho! There was a gust of wind as Nangong Ying's figure blocked in front of Chu Yang. His reaction wasn't slow as he rushed out the moment Zhao Ba rushed out. Zhao Ba, your opponent is me. Zhao Ba's eyes were filled with deeper despair and anger. Before he died, he couldn't even kill Chu Yang. Nangong Ying, I don't mind if you want to die for this little bastard. This wasn't a presumptuous statement. Nangong Ying's eyes couldn't help but contract because he didn't know that this was the truth. Winner takes all. Chu Yang had an indifferent expression and didn't have any sympathy. If he was defeated, the coiling Dragon Martial Institution and his family members might end up like Zhao Ba. Zhao Ba, you think too highly of yourself. Chu Yang's voice was extremely cold. If I work together with my uncle, do you think you have the chance to drag someone down with you before you die? Zhao Ba's eyes contracted as he knew it was the truth. When he recalled everything that had happened, Zhao Ba couldn't wait to eat Chu Yang alive. If looks could kill, Chu Yang would have died 1,000 times over. I will give you this chance. Chu Yang's words stunned Zhao Ba, Nangong Ying, and everyone else. Uncle Nangong stepped back. I want to test out my sword art. Chu Yang's voice was cold and calm. He was going to accept this challenge as a life and death battle was the best cultivation. He wouldn't get such an opportunity every single time. This was a rare opportunity. This was simply a madman's thought. At least, Nangong Ying thought so. Little sheep, don't be willful. Uncle Nangong, did you hear what my father said? Chu Yang's voice was very resolute. My father is right. If I am unable to proclaim myself as the overlord of the coiling Dragon Martial Institution, surpass all my opponents, and crush all my opponents, then I shouldn't go out and mingle. I should just go home and sleep. Uncle, what do you say? If it were anyone else, Nangong Ying would definitely have slapped him until his neck was crooked. However, Chu Yang could not do that. He had the qualifications to do so. Not to mention being a tyrant in coiling Dragon Town, he could even be considered a tyrant in the Five Elements sect. Nangonging couldn't help but look at Chu Yunlong. Chu Yunlong nodded in agreement. Nangonging retreated. Zhao Ba's eyes flickered. Although his voice was cold, he couldn't help but be impressed. If you can't even die in my hands, my Zhao family won't be so humiliated to die in your hands. After a pause, he continued, Chu Yang, if you don't die, I hope you can continue to win, even though I can't wait to eat you alive. As an enemy, Chu Yang was able to obtain such recognition from the other party, which made him feel very proud. I will. These three simple words contained too much confidence. With my flesh and blood as the firewood for the fire, with my soul as the source of water, I will burn everything and flood the world. Sacrifice. Boom. The air exploded and swept out. Zhao Ba was instantly set ablaze. Immediately after, half of his body was covered in flames while the other half was frozen. His entire body was bursting with an incomparably bitter aura. It was as though he had sacrificed his flesh and soul in exchange for immense power. Little sheep, retreat. Young retreat. Chapter 166. Chu Yang didn't move. Zhao Ba couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Half of his body was completely frozen. It was difficult for him to speak. Only half of his mouth was moving. Why don't you run? Why should I run? Chu Yang said, since you can use such a method, I'm afraid that outside of coiling Dragon Town, there are countless methods that are even more terrifying than yours. Where can I escape to? This is very likely a kind of stupidity, cleverness, or arrogance. Since I've set my goal, I'll do it. Chu Yang said loudly. Heaven is healthy. A gentleman must constantly strive for self-improvement. As a man, there's no such thing as running away from hardship or hiding from danger. It's hard to become a man without poverty. Heaven is true without suffering. Since ancient times, heroes come out of purgatory. Riches and honor come to the mortal world. Who could succeed in life? Riding a horse with a spear determines the universe. Leading an army for thousands of miles to establish a name for future generations. Chu Yang looked at Zhao Ba with a determined gaze. You can make your move now. Let me see what you're capable of. Let me see if I, Chu Yang, am qualified to leave this coiling Dragon Town and venture out into the world. I will compete with the heavens. I will rise and fall, and I will stand proudly in this world. Everyone was moved. Hearing such words, they were very excited and impassioned. This was especially true for the young disciples. Chu Yinlong's feelings were the most complicated and profound. As a father, he longed for his son to become a dragon. But Chu Yang's change made his eyes blurred. A few months ago, he was still a little sheep, willing to degrade himself. A few months later, he had been reborn and had become a real man. This is how a son should be. Zhao Ba looked at Chu Yunlong with envy. He then looked at Chu Yang and couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, you're not my son. You're not a disciple of my Zhao clan. Buzz! A small cauldron appeared in his hand. This cauldron is a secret cauldron that the Azure Dragon School obtained by chance. It should be used to refine pills, but it can also be used to kill people. It was originally used to deal with Li Yu or Nangonging, but our sneak attack succeeded. This was the reason why the secret cauldron had never been used. At the same time, another reason was that the cost of activating the secret cauldron was very high, and it required time to prepare. Just now, I thought that it was overkill. But now, it seems that this secret cauldron is the knife that can't even kill a chicken, and you are a fierce tiger. As Zhao Ba spoke, he casually slapped the cauldron. Instantly, the essence of his flesh and blood surged into the cauldron. The entire cauldron was dyed red. In just an instant, Zhao Ba turned into a withered corpse. He even quickly turned into mud or ash. His entire person disappeared, leaving behind only a pile of mud or ash. It was unknown whether it was mud or ash. Such a scene was extremely horrifying. Many people felt a chill run down their spines, and their hair stood on end. Wong, the secret cauldron enlarged rapidly, and the lid flew out. A huge whirlpool appeared in the middle of the cauldron, and finally turned into a huge black mouth of a giant beast. It erupted with a huge suction force and suddenly swallowed Chu Yang's entire body. With a clang, the lid of the cauldron fell and closed tightly. Then, with a bang, a fierce flame emerged from the cauldron. At the same time, the sound of stormy waves came from the cauldron. The flames surged and the waves of water surged. The scene was extremely shocking. It was as if a volcano had been moved in front of everyone in an instant and was erupting right in front of everyone's eyes. The poisonous water that could melt a person's flesh and bones surged like a tide, drowning, corroding, and melting everything. Junior Brother Chu, Little Sheep. Chapter 167. Bang, bang, bang. When Chu Yang was sucked into the secret cauldron, Nangong Ying and Chu Yunlong attacked the secret cauldron at the same time, trying to save Chu Yang. The true yuan in their hands was used to break through the power of water and fire on the secret cauldron. When it landed on the secret cauldron, the power of water and fire burst out unexpectedly. The true yuan in their bodies was not that fast, so their hands were immediately scalded and frostbitten. Chi, Nangong Ying's hands seemed to be covered in oil, while Chu Yunlong's hands were completely frozen. Whose chicken wings are cooked? Whose chicken wings are frozen because they can't finish eating? Chu Yang's voice came from the secret cauldron, causing everyone to be stunned. He's fine. Nangong Ying was the most incredulous. His hands were scalded. Does his voice sound like something's wrong? Chu Yunlong was not in a good mood. He saved this brat out of kindness, but he was ridiculed. His hands had turned into chicken wings, and he was even frozen and roasted. Is that possible? Nangong Ying was still in disbelief. Chu Yunlong pointed at his scalded hands and said, "Your chicken wings are not roasted well." Chicken wings. Nangong Ying looked at his hand and came back to his senses. He understood Chu Yang's train of thought. His hand was the chicken wing. The person who wanted to roast the chicken wing just now was Nangong Ying. Nangong Ying. Why are my chicken wings? Nangong Ying was also angry, and he kicked the secret cauldron. Hey, the chicken wings are not even cooked, and I want to roast the chicken legs. I say, the person outside, can you be a little more careful? Huh. Everyone burst into laughter, which made Nangong Ying really angry. He had already suffered once, so how could he not learn his lesson? How could his feet be scalded again? Brother Chu, I've been completely looked down upon by your little sheep. Chu Yunlong could only smile bitterly. He was worried for nothing. You're flat to begin with. Li Yu's voice came. He had woken up and was in a good mood. He teased Nangong Ying playfully. A flat chicken is still a chicken. Let me see if the chicken wings are cooked. Ha! The laughter of the disciples of the martial institution made Nangong Ying's face darken. His heart was filled with hatred, and he angrily said, "Roast you little sheep. When we come out of the cauldron, I will eat a whole roasted sheep." Ha! The disciples of the martial academy burst into laughter again. How could they easily see Nangong Ying in such a state? The calamity had passed, and with the death of Zhao Ba, the Zhao clan's members fell apart. They all tried to flee, but they were all killed by the disciples of the martial academy. At this moment, everyone in the martial arts institute was very relaxed. Don't disturb this young master's hot bath. Go do what you need to do. Chu Yang's disdainful voice came from the secret cauldron again. You are all men. Just thinking about it makes me sick. It seemed that there was no problem. Chu Yang wanted to use the water and fire body in the secret cauldron to refine his body. After all, he had just swallowed 3 beast cores. As if recalling something, Chu Yang's voice rang out again. Thinking of that white-skinned woman, I remember one thing. I saved senior sister Wang Xiaoman like a hero saving a beauty. You guys quickly go and find her to massage my shoulders and back. While you're at it, I want her to repay me with her body. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter, but they understood what Chu Yang meant. He was worried about Wang Xiaoman. Li Hao and Zhang Tian said, Junior Brother Chu, don't worry. We will definitely find junior sister Wang Xiaoman later. As for whether she will repay you with her body, that will depend on your ability. TSK, Chu Yang said disdainfully. That's just a matter of time. Do you think I'm like you guys? You don't even know how to pick up girls. How can such a beauty not be harmed? From a man's point of view, I despise you guys. After a round of teasing, everyone left. After all, the battle had just ended, and there were many things to do, especially dealing with the Zhao family and the rebellious disciples of the Martial Arts Institute. Of course, Chu Yang could not punish the entire family and clan. The fire of the secret cauldron was only much stronger than the water and fire body tempering, but Chu Yang could still bear it. The secret cauldron was completely silent. After a series of battles, Chu Yang could be said to be physically and mentally exhausted. At this moment, if he could persist in his cultivation, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. It might be easy for others, but for Chu Yang, it couldn't be easier. The best way for him to cultivate was to sleep. Using the full martial spirit was better than cultivating by himself. Chapter 168. His whole body was relaxed, free of dust and dirt, full of spirit. At the peak of the 9th layer of the origin martial realm, his strength had dropped from the power of 1 dragon and 3 elephants to the power of 3 elephants. It was almost the same as before he devoured the beast cores. It seems that when I devoured the beast cores, my body absorbed everything from the beast cores. It was all melted away by the power of fire and water. This was Chu Yang's feeling. The monster core contained the beastly nature and instincts of a demonic beast. These naturally had to be removed. Otherwise, there would be great hidden dangers. It was just that the removal was too thorough. It seemed that nothing was left behind. Taking the essence and removing the dregs. Am I the only one who understands this principle? Chu Yang couldn't help but complain. He felt that it wasn't so. In the end, there was nothing left. The essence of the beast cores had been completely removed, so he entered a deeper state of perception. This time, he seemed to have entered the starry sky of the night. The acupuncture points all over his body were like stars, shining brightly. When the acupoints lit up like bright lamps, they would release essence energy to nourish the body. Then, they would suddenly darken like a black hole, sucking in the vital energy of heaven and earth. After a while, they would light up again, and the cycle would repeat. This is the result of practicing the Tyrant Fist. I have officially stepped on the path of body cultivation. The effect was very shocking. If all the acupuncture points in his body were like stars, Chu Yang didn't know how powerful he would be. And he also finally sensed that after he devoured the 3 beast cores, the beast energy had indeed been completely washed away, leaving nothing behind. But there was still some gain. The general feeling was that Chu Yang seemed to have transformed into a spy, disguised as a 7-colored heaven-devouring python, a black eagle, and a white lion. He had seen through and stolen their secrets, obtained their talents, and escaped unscathed. The talents of the beast could be said to be a secret weapon. The body was like a country. The higher the level of the weapon, the higher the fighting power of the army, and the stronger the country. Chu Yang had completely seen through it. This was very shocking. He could even predict that if he could steal all the talents of the beasts in the world, his body would evolve to a certain extent, and he would be able to change it at will. 72 transformations. Seems to be very promising. Chu Yang was excited just thinking about it. It was as if he had unknowingly obtained a supreme technique. It was as if he had obtained a piece of good fortune, but it didn't require much effort to achieve it. Nevertheless, it was still possible. He's smiling foolishly again, this idiot. Little Six cursed in his heart, despising him endlessly. 6th brother. This seems to be the legendary primordial myriad transformation body. This was the violent King Kong, demonic ape. Little Six naturally couldn't let its name be higher than his, so the violent King Kong demonic ape became Little Black. As for the so-called Hongming 10,000 transformations, Little Six had never heard of it before. But that didn't stop him from feigning disdain. He pointed at Chu Yang's destiny twin and said, "Little Black, what's there to be surprised about? Look at this idiot's martial soul. You're making a fuss over nothing. What's more surprising is that you haven't even seen it yet." Looking at the destiny twin, Little Black couldn't help but shrink its neck, Sixth brother is right. It's not strange for this idiot to learn the Hongmeng 10,000 transformations. He suddenly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he was obedient at that time. Although the sixth brother he was talking about didn't seem to be a dog fart, this boss was indeed very powerful. If this boss reached a certain level, resurrecting him would be as easy as lifting his hand. I really picked up a great fortune out of nowhere. It's not easy to become the boss martial soul. I definitely won't have this kind of opportunity in normal times. Chapter 169. It was as if a cauldron of elixirs had been successfully refined and the cauldron was opened. Chu Yang soared into the sky like an elixir. Behind him, a black eagle, a white lion, and a seven-colored sky-swallowing python appeared. It seemed to be a vision formed by the completion of the elixir. Bang! In midair, Chu Yang's body involuntarily surged with true qi. It flowed along the Mahamayuri scripture and erupted from the many meridians that had been opened in his ribs. At the same time, seeing the flow of true qi, he also felt the newly opened meridians on his back. True qi gushed out along these meridians, forming what seemed to be steel-like feathers, forming a pair of black eagle wings, spreading and flapping in the air. At the same time, Chuyan also felt many changes in his body. True qi rushed out from many parts of his body along the newly opened meridians. In an instant, he seemed to be like a big eagle. Every part of his body was in accordance with the aerodynamics. True qi also flowed into his eyes, where there were also newly opened meridians. The influx of true qi made his eyesight extremely strong. Things in the distance fell into his eyes clearly, almost to the finest details. Suddenly, his hands seemed to have turned into steel claws, hard and sharp. His nails were crystal clear, like a blade that emitted a cold light. Chu Yang felt as if he had used the 72 changes and turned into a black eagle. It also seemed as if a black eagle had entered his body and become one with him. Haha, I can finally fly. Chu Yang issued a long whistle. He laughed heartily in the air. Then he flew, circled, swooped, and rolled in the air like a young eagle who had just started to learn how to fly. He displayed all the flying postures in his mind one by one. Natural and smooth, there was almost no delay or pause. It seemed as if he was born to be able to fly. He was born to belong to the sky. He was born to fight with the sky. Carefree, incomparably carefree. His mood was indescribable. He was very excited. Suddenly, he felt the true qi around his body become chaotic. The eagle wings formed by true qi were about to collapse. He hurriedly descended from midair. What's going on? Why is there so much true qi? Chu Yang was very puzzled, but immediately understood spiritual power. His psychic power was insufficient. The construction of the eagle's wings and the layout of the airflow around his body were all related to his true qi. Although my Zhen Qi is not inferior to Zhen Yuan, its strength is not inferior. However, it lacks a spirit and soul, so I can only rely on my mental strength to support it. If my mental strength can't keep up, it will immediately collapse. This was one of the most important reasons why true essence was far stronger than true qi. The fusion of true qi and martial spirit was equivalent to the fusion of the body and soul. The true essence formed was a person. Chu Yang's true qi was strong, but it was not a person. It was just a spaceship, like a dead object, and his spiritual power was the power source of the spaceship. Looks like I have to break through to the Qi Soul stage as soon as possible. At that time, I'll be able to fly as I please, but right now, I'm afraid there's still a limit. Chu Yang could clearly sense the exhaustion of spirit, which was why he immediately understood the reason. Black Eagle can let me fly. Let's try this white lion again. Roar. Chu Yang suddenly opened his mouth and roared. A visible sound wave rushed out like a shockwave. Everything was destroyed wherever it passed. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. It was as if the heaven was enraged. It was so mighty that it could seize souls. At the same time, his glabella shone. A white lion appeared there, emitting a blazing light. Lion Seal, This white lion is actually perfectly fused with the lion seal in the Mahamayuri Sutra. Due to the lion seal, the depleted spiritual power was like a dried-up lake. There were many large rivers flowing into it. His spiritual power was like the water in a lake, recovering visibly. Not bad, excellent. Chapter 170. Swoosh. He moved again. It was extremely strange, fast, and untraceable. It was like a huge snake slithering, drifting without stopping. Ha! Swinging his hand, it was like a snake hunting its prey. In an instant, the prey was bitten to death and swallowed. A whirlpool appeared in the palm of his hand, instantly sucking away the surrounding yuan qi and rolling up a huge airflow. This was the devouring ability of the seven-colored heaven-devouring python. Chuyang was very clear about this. After swallowing the beast core, he really didn't turn into a beast at all. He was very pure, but he could display all kinds of abilities of a beast. The violent King Kong demon, ape, should be able to do it too. Suddenly, Chuyang thought of the 18 flood dragon strikes. Originally, he thought that cultivating the 18 flood dragon strikes would lead to a beast transformation, but now it seemed that the 18 flood dragon strikes might be a body cultivation method. Moreover, this body cultivation method also included the cultivation of true qi. It seemed to be a combination of two cultivation methods. It seems that the creator of the 18 flood dragon strikes can cultivate two kinds of techniques at the same time. If he can, then so can I. Of course, Chuyang also noticed the difference between the beast core and the 18 flood dragon strikes. The former directly focused on the physical body. Through swallowing the beast core, the physical body would remember the beast talent, and the effect would be very fast. The latter was to understand the beast thoroughly and slowly cultivate, slowly allowing the physical body to have the beast talent. This was an extremely long process, like mastering an extremely difficult skill. These two methods didn't conflict with each other and could be said to complement each other. Chuyang was overjoyed. The path of martial arts was bright, but when he tried to break through the heaven and earth bridges and break through to the Chi Soul realm, he couldn't help but be stunned. This is the heaven and earth bridges. Different people, the heaven and earth bridges were different. Some heaven and earth bridges were just a blocked acupuncture point. Some heaven and earth bridges were separated by a natural moat, but Chuyang's heaven and earth bridges were different. Chuyang was dumbfounded when he sensed his heaven and earth bridges. What kind of natural moat is this? It's like the distance between one galaxy and another. It's so far apart that it almost made him despair in an instant. When the heaven and earth bridges were connected, most people would use their true energy to form a bridge to connect them. But if he wanted to connect them, he would have to create a wormhole. Why are my heaven and earth bridges so ridiculous? Don't tell me. Chuyang thought of a possibility. He came from another world, and the heaven and earth bridges represented the distance between the two worlds. If that was the case, Chuyang's martial path would be completely cut off. There would be no hope. How could he break through such a barrier? Don't panic, big brother of the heaven-chosen sacred martial saint. This should be the result of consuming the Yao core. Before, you had the strength of one dragon and 3 elephants, and your body could be refined into Zhen Yuan. But now, Big Brother only has the strength of 3 elephants. Chuyang's body trembled. Little Six, what you're saying is that my power of 1 dragon and 3 elephants was equivalent to that of a giant. But now, the power of 3 elephants is equivalent to that of a tiny ant. So, to a giant, it's not a long distance, but to a tiny ant, it's like the distance between heaven and earth. This kind of distance can never be reached. This explanation also made sense. Omnipotent Big Brother, your description is too incisive. That's the general idea. In other words, if I want to connect the heaven and earth bridges and break through to the Chi Soul realm, I can only return to the strength of 1 dragon and 3 elephants and become a giant again. Chuyang let out a long sigh of relief. This way, it wasn't a dead end, but he could only reach the Chi Soul realm through the body cultivation method. Little Six said, "My master, your power is boundless. Isn't the strength of one dragon and 3 elephants a piece of cake? A piece of cake? Chuyang felt bitter in his mouth. He was a full dragon's strength away, and this time he didn't gain much strength from consuming the Yao core. So, this dragon's strength was incomparably small, unless, after consuming the Yao core, he didn't wash away the bestial nature in his body and tried to break through to the Chi Soul realm in such an unclean state. But when his strength fell, the heaven and earth bridges would break. There's no other way. There's only one way to reach the heavens: body cultivation. Chapter 171. Great Hero. Junior Brother Chu. Little Sheep. In an instant, many people from the coiling dragon martial INST, Tushin rushed over. When Chuyang flew in midair and let out the lion's roar, the entire coiling dragon martial NST, Tushin was completely alarmed. At this moment, many people had rushed over. Chu Yang's violent elder sister Chuna, childhood friend Zhang Hao, Li Hao, Zhang Yang, Ji Jingsheng, and the rest were all disciples of the martial NSTI, Tushin. The martial NSTI, Tushin's deacons were either injured or extremely busy. After all, the incident with the Zhao clan was too troublesome to resolve. Little Sheep, you are in the limelight now. Chuna looked at her younger brother and smiled. She was very happy, especially when Chuyang was safe and sound. Awesome, my great hero. Zhang Hao had already moved in front of Chuyang. He pinched here and there while making fun of him. Let me take a look. Which part is roasted? Which part is cooked? Let me get a piece of meat and eat it. I want to get some of the aura of a great hero and a great demon. Huh. Everyone burst into laughter. Chuyang kicked him away, but Zhang Hao was still making fun of him. Just now, I pinched our great hero's muscles. Isn't it too ridiculous? How did the strength of 3 dragons come out? I really don't understand. It wasn't only him who didn't understand. Li Hao, Zhang Tian, and the rest didn't understand. The strength of 3 dragons was simply too frightening. I will give you a beast core. Do you want to try? Chuyang pretended to take out a beast core from his storage ring and forced it into Zhang Hao's mouth. Zhang Hao quickly waved his hand and said, "Great hero, don't. I don't want to turn into a demon." After a pause, Zhang Hao said with surprise, "That's strange. It is reasonable to say that if great hero didn't turn into a demon, there should be some demonic aura on your body. Furthermore, you are a demon, and the demonic aura on your body should be extremely heavy. Why isn't there any? I feel that you are more human than me." Zhang Hao really couldn't figure it out, and this was indeed his feeling. He kept saying, "It doesn't make sense." Chuyang pointed at the secret cauldron and said with a smile, "Why don't you go in and cook it? I guarantee that there won't be any monsters. You look like a human too." "What?" Zhang Hao shrunk his neck. "I think I'd better not." Huh. Everyone burst out in laughter again, but in their hearts, they were extremely shocked. The Zhao family's patriarch, Zhao Ba, had even abandoned his flesh and soul. In the end, not only did he not burn or boil Chuyang to death, he even helped Chuyang achieve his goal. Even Zhao Ba probably didn't think of it. So how could they have thought of it? It's not impossible to devour Yao cores. Zhang Hao suddenly changed his mind. He looked at the secret cauldron and said, "Swallow it, boil it, and burn it. It's perfect." He walked towards the secret cauldron and touched it. Suddenly, there was a pong sound, and a burst of flames appeared. Zhang Hao cried out in pain. He looked at his burned hand, then looked at Chuyang and muttered, "Monster! This is simply too monster. This is obviously only suitable for monsters, not for me." Everyone was also shocked. It was just a touch, and it was already like this. What if it was burned and steamed? Buzz! Chuyang's true chi poured into the secret cauldron. The secret cauldron let out a buzzing sound, then shrank and landed on Chuyang's palm, which he put away. This secret cauldron is good stuff. If it's combined with the Sword Heart Skyfire and the Blade Crystal Earthwater, I'm afraid it'll be even more amazing. Although the secret cauldron belonged to the Azure Dragon School, it was controlled by Zhao Ba. Zhao Ba's flesh and soul had already been destroyed, so the secret cauldron was an ownerless item. It was naturally easy for Chuyang to keep this secret realm. How Z, you have to work hard. Pow! Chu Yang swung his hand like an elephant's trunk and used white elephant-fetching water to grab Chu Yang. Although there was a distance between them, the suction force that exploded out swept Zhang Hao over, and he directly fell into Chu Yang's hands, killing him as he pleased. Boss, can you not fucking hurt me? I'm already at the 7th level of the primitive martial realm, and it's only been a few months. If that's the case, I'm already a genius. Zhang Hao was depressed. He recognized the white elephant fetching water, but when Chu Yang used it, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. He did not have the power of Chu Yang at all. Chapter 172. Junior Brother Chu, I want you to give me some pointers. Let me see the sword technique you comprehended during that life and death crisis. Ji Jingqing's sudden voice shocked everyone. That's right. This should be the true nature of a man. Why don't you learn it and do it? Senior Brother Ji, thank you for your help that day. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to subdue Little Black. Speaking of this, Ji Jingqing's face reddened. He had been feeling guilty about this recently. At the same time, he was shocked. Chu Yang's perception was too sharp. Junior Brother Chu, you don't have to comfort me. Besides, no one will eat me. Chu Yang smiled and said, Senior Brother Ji, I'm telling the truth. I did comprehend the sword technique, but it's hard to grasp its power. Therefore, I didn't have absolute confidence at that time. As for its power, we'll know later. What did he mean by later? There were several meanings. Shio, shio, shio. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Little continuous. Little brother. Little Yang. It was Chu Yunlong, Big Brother Chu Fei, and the Martial Arts Academy Master Nan Gonging. Little brother, are you all right? Big Brother Chu Fei asked with concern as soon as he arrived. Big brother, what do you think? Chu Yang smiled and said, Don't you see whose little brother I am? Anyone can be in trouble, but can I be in trouble? Chu Yang's frivolous attitude made the three of them immediately relax. However, everyone noticed that when Chu Yang saw Chu Yunlong and Chu Fei fighting side by side, the father and son's severed arms were extremely eye-catching. When they saw Chu Yang clearly, their pupils shrank and a cold glint flashed in their eyes. Father, who cut off your chicken wing? Chu Yang heard from Wang Xiaoman before. However, Wang Xiaoman only heard the news and might not be accurate. He wanted to be very accurate now, because this person was definitely a dead man. Azure Dragon School, Master Song Lai. The one who spoke was Nan Gonging. He said that cutting off one of your father's arms would make your father and brother look more like father and son. Really? Chu Yang withdrew and hid his killing intent. He said in a cold voice, If that's the case, then I should immediately go and visit the head of the Azure Dragon School. The Azure Dragon School's headmaster's injuries definitely wouldn't heal that quickly. After all, Li Yu's injuries were so serious, and he wasn't even present right now. He was probably still healing. I know what you mean, Nan Gonging said. However, this time, our martial courtyard has suffered extremely heavy losses. Right now, it is impossible to shake the Azure Dragon School. I have already reported this matter to the Five Elements sect. Someone will come and take care of them. That won't relieve your anger, will it? Chu Yang said indifferently. Martial institution, you don't have to do anything. Just give me the beast core, and I will go alone. What? Chu Yang was planning to challenge the entire Azure Dragon School by himself. Nan Gongying's pupils also shrunk. Chu Yang seemed to be a bit too arrogant. He advised, Song Lai's injuries are extremely serious. Even if he tries his best to regulate his breathing, he will only be able to fight against Zhao Ming. However, the Azure Dragon School doesn't only have Song Lai alone. Little sheep, do you understand what I mean? I understand, but I still want to go. Chu Yang looked at Nan Gonging and revealed his white teeth as he smiled. Uncle, if I beat you into submission, you won't have any objections, right? Nan Gonging was stunned. At this time, Ji Jingcheng finally understood what Chu Yang meant by wait. He couldn't help but say to himself, he already had this plan long ago, and he already knew that the dean would stop him. Was he about to see Chu Yang's sword technique? He was about to see how big the gap was between him and Chu Yang. Chapter 173. No one expected that Chu Yang would beat Nangong Ying into submission. Huh. Nangong Ying was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. Little sheep, it seems like you are itching for a beating. Wait for me to give you a good beating. Uncle Nangong, can you do it? Chu Yang looked at Nangong Ying from head to toe with ridicule. Uncle, I am worried that I will poke a hole in your body. If that happens, Uncle Lee will laugh at you for the rest of your life. Little sheep, you dare to add oil to the fire to provoke me. Nangong Ying was angry and said, Make your move. Everyone back off. When Chu Fei spoke, all the disciples of the martial courtyard came to their senses. If they didn't back off, they might lose their lives at any time. Chu Yang's sword was already in his hand. His aura instantly became incomparably fierce. Uncle, you really have to be careful. I can't grasp the power of my sword technique at the moment. If I don't hold back later, I may accidentally put righteousness before family. Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved and his sword was unsheathed. Before the disciples of the martial courtyard could react, Chu Yang's sword had already pointed at Nangong Ying's forehead. Wind chasing life, seizing sword, pointing eyebrow style. Ding! Nangong Ying didn't know when a sword appeared in his hand, nor did he know when he thrust his sword. However, his sword instantly intercepted Chu Yang's sword with incomparable precision. Little sheep, your sword is very fast, but it is still a little lacking. Is that so, Uncle? Whoosh! For no reason, a gust of wind appeared where Chu Yang was standing, and the sound suddenly split into two. Looking over, there were actually two Chu Yangs. Swish! Wind chasing life, seizing sword, wind killing style. The two Chu Yangs appeared for a moment, and immediately turned into one person. However, their positions changed countless times in an instant. It was like a chaotic wind that came from all directions. Little sheep, you didn't turn into a real wind, nor did you create a clone. These are useless against me. Nangong Ying thrusted his sword towards Chu Yang. The two swords clashed, but there was no sound. His sword easily pierced through Chu Yang's sword and directly pierced through Chu Yang's entire body. It's fake. When did he affect my mind and cause me to misjudge? Immediately after, Nangong Ying felt a sharp sword chi piercing towards him from his left, wanting to pierce through his head. Wind killer sword, brain piercing move. Not good. Nangong Ying's body didn't move, but his arm seemed to have left his body. With a turn of his body, he turned to the left and thrust his sword forward. In an instant, his eyes, which hadn't seen his own sword, shrank. He missed again. What was even more shocking was that the fake Chu Yang seemed to be the real one. He was already thrusting his sword toward his heart. How is that possible? My judgment just now was absolutely correct. How did he do it? This kind of swordsmanship was simply unimaginable. It was as if the moment he changed his move, Chu Yang had switched positions with his original shadow. Nangong Ying's mind instantly flashed with an indelible scene from the past. He had once seen a genius swordsmanship that was similar to Chu Yang's current swordsmanship. Shadow changing steps, changing one's body into a shadow and instantly changing one's position. This kind of footwork was extremely shocking. It could dodge a fatal blow, and it could also deliver a fatal blow. Ding! Nangong Ying's other hand, a sword had unknowingly appeared. This sword accurately intercepted Chu Yang's sword. Chapter 174. Nangong Ying rejoiced inwardly. To be exact, he was still absorbing nourishment from the battle he had witnessed back then. Otherwise, he would have had to rely on his Zhen Yuan to block Chu Yang's sword. Uncle, I am very surprised. You actually have some ability. You can use a sword with both hands. Like an assassin who had missed his target, Chu Yang instantly retreated and looked for another opportunity. His mocking tone made Nangong Ying quite angry. Little sheep, I'm going to skin you alive. Uncle, I just praised you. You exposed your flaw in such a short time. Do you not care about your life when facing an enemy? Bullshit. However, Nangong Ying had goosebumps all over his body. Chu Yang suddenly appeared behind him like a gust of wind and thrust his sword at him. How can this damned little sheep be so unpredictable? Nangong Ying's nerves were stretched taut. He instantly rushed forward and felt that Chu Yang was quickly following behind him. He suddenly turned around and thrust out his sword. This was a commonly used spear thrust on the battlefield, but he had turned the spear into a sword. He had only stabbed into a gust of wind. Surprisingly, Chu Yang had disappeared again, as if he had completely merged into the wind. Nangong Ying's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He can't really disappear. With his realm, he can't do this. He must be in my blind spot. Uncle, be careful. I'm not clear about the power of this sword either. The voice came from all directions. Nangong Ying felt a chill run down his spine. His whole body was ice cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt like he was a prey being hunted down by a hunter. Suddenly, a sword appeared in his eyes out of thin air, stabbing straight at his shoulder. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. There was no time for him to block this sword, nor was there any time for him to dodge it. Chu Yang's sword seemed to have pierced through a tough iron sheet. He had pierced through one layer, but there was another layer behind him, and another layer behind him. 3 layers of resistance and 3 layers of buffering. The power of this sword was completely offset. 3 talents realm, 3 talents Jinyuan. Chu Yang withdrew his sword and retreated. Nangong did not chase after him. Little sheep, what kind of sword technique is this? The final move of the wind-chasing fatal sword technique, King of Hell. Chu Yang didn't hide anything and said, "If the Grim Reaper can't see you, then I can't see you. If the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, he won't let you live until dawn. I am a King of Hell." What a domineering sword technique. What an arrogant tone. He actually called himself the Grim Reaper and the King of Hell. However, Nangong had to admit that if it wasn't for his advantage and cultivation level, he would already be a dead man. This kind of sword technique was extremely terrifying. Little sheep, you have to be careful from now on. I won't hold back anymore. Nangong was more serious and cautious than ever. He no longer dared to treat Chu Yang as a junior, but an expert who could compete with him in terms of swordsmanship. Uncle, this is exactly what I want. Otherwise, how could you be convinced? Chu Yang's voice was very infuriating, but Nangong no longer had any emotional fluctuations. He was abnormally calm. And uncle, if you don't have any ability, then wouldn't I be stupid to use you to measure Song Lai? Nangong didn't have any reaction to his provocation. Little sheep, put away these little tricks of yours. The bridge that uncle has walked on is longer than the road that you have walked on. Hee hee. Chu Yang laughed sinisterly. I didn't expect that you would fight with me. Uncle, you have improved so quickly. This shameless thing, how could he secretly praise himself from various angles? Clang. Chapter 175. Chu Yang's understanding of eagles was not necessarily worse than Nangong Ying's. He was confident. Of course, even if Nangong Ying was an eagle, Chu Yang was definitely not a rabbit. Hiss! Chu Yang moved. In a trance, everyone seemed to have seen a huge snake. Chu Yang's sword actually produced the hissing sound of a snake. The sword flickered with a 7-colored light, like a snake's 7-colored tongue. The sword seemed to have split, not 2, but 7. Each split had a different color, like a rainbow. Ding! 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 It was like an eagle and a snake fighting. One of them was in the air, while the other was on the ground. Nangong struck the ground with the sky, while Chu Yang seemed to have reversed heaven and earth. The swords in their hands were fast and fleeting, fleeting and fierce, fierce and sinister. Each sword was aimed at a vital point, and each sword was aimed to take a life. This is Junior Brother Chu's sword. Previously, it was wind, and now it's a snake. Each of them is extremely shocking, but each of them has a clear understanding of the essence and profoundness. When used, it always makes people exclaim in admiration, and they can instantly comprehend it. At this moment, Ji Jingxing was looking at Chu Yang's sword art. All kinds of thoughts would constantly appear in his mind, and his eyes would always light up as he suddenly realized, so the sword can be like this. Junior Brother Chu can really fight evenly with the Dean. What's so strange about that? Junior Brother Chu is already very shocking. That's true. Even if the Dean is not injured, Junior Brother Chu might not be much worse than the dean. After all, he even killed Zhao Meng. Everyone in the Martial Arts Institute was discussing spiritedly. They were all very shocked. Among them, many people suddenly realized that Chu Yang was no longer in the same generation as them, but in the same generation as Nan Gong. Little sheep, you're not bad. You actually caught every single flaw in my swordsmanship. Every time Nan Gong attacked from the air, he had no choice but to rise up again and immediately dodge. Every time he attacked, it was as if Chu Yang had already prepared a big trap. It could be said that his hands and feet were tied. He was actually unable to fully display his sword art and was completely restrained. Uncle, your swordsmanship is really mediocre. Acknowledge me as your teacher, and I'll bring you flying. Chu Yang really flew up, and the eagle wings on his back spread open. It was as if a snake had suddenly transformed into a giant eagle and suddenly grabbed at Nan Gong. Chu Yang was actually able to display Nan Gong-ying's sword technique. Moreover, he wasn't the least bit inferior to Nan Gong-ying's sword technique. He had even perfectly fused with the snake sword. At this moment, Chu Yang was like a huge snake that had grown a pair of eagle wings. Eagle-snake combined attack. This little sheep actually learned my sword technique in an instant, and the more we fight, the more amazing it becomes. Nan Gong finally understood the feelings of Zhao Meng and Zhao Ba back then. Sullen, extremely sullen, he released a long roar, and like a wounded eagle, rushed into the sky, pulling apart the distance between them. Clang, clang, clang. The true essence in his body continued to surge out, condensing into swords, which then formed into an eagle, a sword eagle. Heavenly eagle. Xiao. This sword eagle swooped down at Chu Yang like a huge sword, shining with a cold light that made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if the cold light could pierce through the 9 heavens. Heavenly black eagle. Clang, clang, clang. Nan Gong looked at Chu Yang's surging true qi and was instantly stunned. Chu Yang had actually followed his pattern and created a sword eagle, but it was black. Then, this brat shamelessly named this sword the so-called Heavenly Black Eagle. Dang! Chapter 176. Third Qi Jin Yuan was too powerful. Little sheep, now you know how powerful I am. This was the difference between realms. In the past, Chu Yang had used his enormous strength to make up for it, but now his strength had dropped. As for the third transformation of the origin martial realm, it was impossible for him to use it in a battle with an elder. Uncle, you are happy too early. When it comes to eagles, Uncle, you don't understand them as well as I do. Break. Chu Yang's wooden sword did not give up, and once again launched an attack. All of the swords scattered, and at the same time attacked the flaws of the flying eagle's Jin Yuan. In an instant, the flying eagle inexplicably collapsed. Nan Gong-ying's eyelids twitched. He had constructed the flying eagle visualization diagram, using the flying eagle visualization diagram, but he had only just displayed it, but this little sheep had already seen through all its flaws. Liu had fought with him for so many years, but he still couldn't do it. This little monster is simply unimaginable, but I have to kill his spirit. Otherwise, if he is too arrogant, it will not be a good thing. Nan Gong made up his mind, and immediately his sword technique changed again. Little sheep, it's useless. Just wait for me to skin you. Clang, clang. The scattered swords formed a fan and bombarded Chu Yang. It was as if they had formed a terrifying sword screen. The sword energy soared into the sky, and the sword light was dazzling. Chu Yang's figure was almost nowhere to be seen. He was completely submerged by the cold sword light. A sword covering a large area, it is more suitable to break a blade than a sword. Chu Yang naturally did not panic. After fighting with Zhao Meng, his mind had become more tenacious, and he was calmer and more composed in the face of danger. Fragrant elephant crossing the river, cutting off the flow. Fragrant elephant crossing the river, cutting off the flow. Chu Yunlong, Chu Na, and Zhang Hao were shocked when they heard this. Before, they had seen Chu Yang use this move. At that time, Chu Yang's strength was much lower than now, but when he used this move, it was extremely shocking and its power was definitely not below the Chi Soul realm. This move is extremely unusual, Brother Nangong. You have to be careful. Chu Yunlong's warning made everyone dumbstruck. Could it be that the fragrant elephant crossing the river was really that terrifying? Nangong Ying was also overwhelmed with shock, but he did not doubt it, because his senses were more direct and more vivid. He smelled a great danger, as if there was an assassin lurking around him, ready to take his life at any time. Wong. A bright moon suddenly rose from where the sword light was, and that bright moon swept towards that sword fan. A strange and shocking scene appeared. That sword fan was cut in half and became motionless, as if a person was cut in half at the waist. The moment they saw the sword screen being cut off, everyone felt as if all the worries and trifles in their hearts had been cut off. There was no more worry in their hearts, and they were very calm and peaceful. They also felt as if their breathing, heartbeat, and thoughts had been cut off when the saber light entered their eyes. Boom! The sword fan exploded, erupting with an incomparably dazzling light. All the swords condensed from true essence collapsed, forming a wild wind that swept through the surroundings. This, Nangong Ying directly froze, as stiff as a puppet. It wasn't that his sword fan hadn't been completely destroyed before, to the extent where it was like dirt wiped away by someone with a rag. However, those were all people who were many cultivation realms higher than him. Yet now, they were little sheep who were many cultivation realms lower than him. His sword was condensed from 3 realms' true essence, and it was very small in size, extremely condensed, and extremely tough, but it was still cut in half. Fragrant elephant crossing the river, cutting off the flow. What the hell is this? He really could not imagine what would happen if this saber was directly cut in half. Perhaps he would also be cut in half. Chapter 177. This is the saber art that Junior Brother Chu intended to use to deal with Zhao Meng and Zhao Ba. It is truly astonishing. Didn't Junior Brother Chu say that it was a sword art? How did it turn into a saber art? Isn't this simple? The Dean sword fan was using a saber instead of a sword. Therefore, it turned into a saber art. If the sword art was focused on a single point, it would be even more astonishing and frightening. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's crowd started to discuss after a moment of silence. They were now 100% certain that even if the violent Vajra demon ape didn't surrender, it would still be killed by Chu Yang. This saber move was so stunning that they were extremely certain that Chu Yang didn't use his full strength just now. That was because the opponent wasn't the Vajra violent demon ape, Zhao Meng, or Zhao Ba, but the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's dean. How could Chu Yang have the intention to kill without holding back? Ji Jingsheng didn't hear anything. He had sunk into an independent world. That saber move was constantly replaying in his mind. Even at this moment, his eyes were still fixed on the spot where that saber art was released. No one disturbed him. His surroundings were very quiet. The martial institution's crowd knew that he must have comprehended something, so they intentionally avoided talking about him. Naturally, there were many people who were envious of Ji Jingsheng. Such a saber art was able to cause such a huge commotion with a single glance. It was truly astonishing. If it wasn't for Chu Yang, Ji Jingsheng would be the most outstanding disciple of the martial institution. Soon enough, everyone noticed that Ji Jingsheng wasn't the only one who was in a state of enlightenment. Chu Yang was the same as well. After Chu Yang brandished that saber move, he remained motionless as though he was petrified. However, his eyes kept flickering as though there were images flashing through his eyes. Were all geniuses and monsters like this? How could they comprehend something so easily? Under Nangong Ying's signal, the entire crowd went silent. At this moment, Chu Yang seemed to be stuck on something. He frowned and muttered to himself, "If it is executed like this, the consumption would be too great. If it is a sword, the consumption would be much lesser." Chu Yunlong, Chu Na, and Zhang Hao were all very clear about what Chu Yang had just said. This was because when Chu Yang had first demonstrated the fragrant elephant crossing the river, they had been present. Although this move was extremely shocking, Chu Yang had been completely drained of all his energy. Therefore, they were certain that Chu Yang had consumed a great deal of energy just now. If a saber is to be like a sword and consume the least energy, then a saber can only become a flying saber. If it's a flying dagger, how can it be fast to the extreme? How can it be so domineering that it ignores everything and never misses? Hearing Chu Yang's mutterings, many people exclaimed, "Not a single miss. Aren't your expectations a bit too high?" At that moment, Chu Yang's thoughts were running at high speed. For a flying dagger to be extremely fast, it must have a great driving force. This made him think of the Overlord Fist in an instant. The Overlord Fist was incomparably tyrannical, and its explosive power was the most shocking. Stars, meteors! In an instant, Chu Yang's eyes suddenly burst with light. In his mind, the outline of the Overlord Fist appeared. Those star-like acupuncture points appeared, and he immediately understood. As the Overlord, the starry sky, the flying dagger is like a meteor. Xiao! A cold light suddenly appeared, as if it was suffused with the light of the stars. Chu Yang instantly used his true qi to condense a flying dagger and shot it towards Nan Gongying. Nan Gongying almost jumped up in midair. Originally, his mind was completely focused on Chu Yang, but Chu Yang's flying dagger arrived in an instant. It was like a meteor in the night sky, flashing and arriving. He actually couldn't dodge it, and used his true qi to block it. The 3 layers of defense formed by his true qi were instantly penetrated, and only then did it stop. Too terrifying. This flying dagger was simply like the sword technique Chu Yang had used before, the Yama style. Chapter 178. This kind of flying knife is not fast enough. Hearing this, Nan Gongying hurriedly used his Zhen Yuan to condense a wall in front of him. At the same time, he wrapped his body with 3 Zhen Yuan, raising his defense to the extreme. Dang! Another flying dagger flew over, but its speed was slightly faster than the previous one. If it can't be faster, then I'll have to use more methods and techniques. Chu Yang muttered to himself. The great 1,000-leaf hands should be able to be used here. The flying knife is an arm that has been shrunk to the extreme. How could you think of something like this? Do you think you can do this just because you want to? Nan Gongying cursed in his heart. However, just as he was cursing in his heart, Xiao, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a flying dagger flew over. Immediately, it turned into 10 flying daggers, giving Nan Gongying a fright. His heart felt like it was going to explode. The relaxed feeling that had just appeared disappeared without a trace. He cried out in his heart. He can actually do it just by thinking about it. Is he even human? Dang! The wall in front of him was like a huge piece of metal. Among the 10 flying knives, 1 pierced through the Zhen Yuan wall. The other 9 exploded, turning into 90 leaves. They were like colorful butterflies fluttering in the air. It was very beautiful, but it was also very deadly. In an instant, they went around the Zhen Yuan wall and flooded towards Nan Gongying. Little sheep, are you trying to kill your uncle? Nan Gongying's soul almost left his body. Fortunately, the power of these leaves had been weakened by many times. When they landed on his body, they were unable to break through the true essence around his body. However, he was truly frightened. Xiao! Another flying knife flew over. At first, it was only 1. Then, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to everything. In an instant, there were many more flying knives. It was like a group of flying knives. Not to mention the others, Nan Gongying's heart suddenly skipped a beat. If he couldn't block it, he would really die. Wouldn't it be too funny if he was killed while exchanging pointers with a junior? Shua! He quickly dodged and roared. Little sheep, you little bastard. Let me remind you again, I'm your uncle. Don't hit me too hard. It was hilarious that the coiling dragon martial NST, Tushin's preceptor was acting in such a manner. However, none of the martial NST, Tushin's disciples were laughing because the flying daggers were simply too astonishing. How could there be so many flying daggers all of a sudden? Why were they so mystical? Just looking at it was enough to make one gasp in amazement. Although the power was not as terrifying as it looked, and only one of the flying daggers directly penetrated the Jinyuan wall, the remaining power was extremely weak. However, could it be that Chu Yang was afraid of killing the Hall Master and deliberately held back his strength? But this was the truth. It's just something to scare people. Nangong Ying's heart had already calmed down. However, he still hurriedly summoned the quintessential origin energy in the air to block in front of him, shifting the roots and attaching the leaves. Along with Chu Yang's voice, there was a swish sound as a flying dagger was shot out. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the flying dagger drew an arc and split into 10 flying daggers. The 10 flying daggers seemed to have turned into a group of flying daggers. They bypassed the Jinyuan wall and rapidly penetrated Nangong Ying's body. Boom! Although only one flying knife had pierced through the 3 layers of defense formed by Nangong Ying's tripartite quintessential essence and was sent flying by Nangong Ying's furious attack, he had been frightened again. Little bastard, you were trying to scare me to death. Nangong Ying couldn't help but curse. He had been scared several times in a row. It was as if someone was holding a knife and continuously chopping at his neck. Although his head didn't fall off every time it was chopped off, and it was all just to scare people. However, he really had enough of this kind of scare. After all, such flying daggers were truly frightening. It was fine this time, but what about the next time? If there was a sudden eruption, he, Nangong Ying, would be dead. Little sheep, stop. You immediately stop farting. Nangong Ying completely exploded. He rushed out and threw a punch at the enemy. Swish! Chu Yang dodged and said with a grin, Uncle, you are agreeing to take Song Lai's head. What if I don't agree? Nangong Ying gritted his teeth. This little bastard was simply treating his good intentions as ill intent. Chapter 179. There was no need for Nangong Ying to make a move. He had a deep understanding of Chu Yang's strength. As time passed, Chu Yang would definitely be unparalleled. Therefore, he disapproved of Chu Yang's actions even more. Little sheep, there is a qualitative difference between the 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm and the Chi Soul Realm. The difference between the realms of the Chi Soul Realm isn't that big, but the difference between realms is not something you can imagine. You should already know that the further you go on the martial path, the greater the difference between realms. This isn't a matter of how big the difference is, but a matter of double the difference. Nangong Ying did not hide his worried expression. I have been stuck at the 3rd level of the Chi Soul Realm for more than 10 years. I am only a step away from the Chi Soul Realm. Don't look at this step. It is like the difference between heaven and earth. I have never been able to break through. Song Lai had already reached the Chi Soul Realm more than 10 years ago. Even if he is heavily injured now, with your current strength, you still don't have the qualifications to challenge him. The 5 Elements sect won't make a move, right? Chu Yang spoke. Nangong Ying's expression turned grave. How could the Zhao family dare to make a move against the coiling dragon martial institution? Naturally, they had people in the 5 Elements sect backing them up. Now that the Zhao family had been destroyed, those people in the 5 Elements sect were probably hopping mad. How could they agree to send people to destroy the Azure Dragon School? They might even be counting on the Azure Dragon School to take revenge for the Zhao family. If Song Lai doesn't die and the Azure Dragon School doesn't perish, I won't be at ease. Chu Yang's voice revealed his unshakable conviction. If the Azure Dragon School didn't perish, he wouldn't go to the 5 Elements sect. In this world, some things could be measured by their value. It was worth it or not. And some things had to be done regardless of the cost. Nangong Ying looked at Chu Yunlong's single arm and went silent. He could already feel that Chu Yang wouldn't let his father or any of his relatives lose another arm. Or even worse, Nangong Ying couldn't dissuade Chu Yang, so he could only look at Chu Yunlong. Go! Chu Yunlong's voice was heavy, but he did not stop him. If you can't even handle a mere Azure Dragon School Song Lai, then you are even less of an opponent for your big brother's enemy. Chu Yang's attitude was very clear. After leaving Coiling Dragon Town, the enemies that Chu Yang would have to face would be many times stronger than Song Lai of the Azure Dragon School. Just like what he said before, If Coiling Dragon Town was a mere corner, Chu Yang wouldn't even be able to call himself king. What are you going to do? Nangonging no longer obstructed them. His words had many meanings. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution was powerless to help him, and if he wanted to kill Song Lai, he would need a legitimate excuse to annihilate the Azure Dragon School. Chu Yang didn't say anything. He raised his head and looked into the void. His gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void and looked into the endless distance. Announce the collusion between the Zhao family and the Azure Dragon School to destroy the martial institution. Spread it to the entire martial arts world. After a pause, he spoke again. At the same time, sent a letter to the Azure Dragon School. Song Lai cut off one of my father's arms. Asked him to send his head over as an apology. Nangong Ying's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Such a strong killing intent. If Song Lai had killed his father, who knew what would have happened? At the same time, he also admired Chu Yang's handling. Although the martial arts world was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, it was never a place that spoke of morality. These measures wouldn't have much effect, but no matter what, Chu Yang had the moral high ground. Chapter 180. If the Azure Dragon School doesn't deliver Song Lai's head within 3 days, I will flatten the Azure Dragon School and take Song Lai's head myself. Flatten the Azure Dragon School and take Song Lai's head myself. So domineering. Although Nangong already knew of Chu Yang's plan, when Chu Yang really said it, his body still trembled. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at Chu Yang. His mouth opened as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Chu Yang didn't look at Nangong. His eyes were still looking at the sky, but in the blink of an eye, he teased, "Uncle, are you convinced?" Nangong was speechless for a while. Then he was almost angered to death. "You little bastard, don't you know how to leave some face for your uncle? Come. Little sheep, if I don't beat you until you bleed, I'll be your father." Ha! Nangong forcefully held on, making everyone in the martial institution laugh. Especially Nangong, who wouldn't lose no matter what, would become a father if he lost. After such banter, a letter was sent from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution to the Azure Dragon School. At the same time, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution announced to the nearby martial arts world that the Zhao family and the Azure Dragon School were colluding to overthrow the institution. At the same time, Chu Yang's words were also announced. The nearby martial arts world already knew about the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's matter, but Chu Yang's plan to flatten the Azure Dragon School and take Song Lai's head still caused a huge uproar. The Azure Dragon School might be a small school in the outside world, but in the surrounding area of the Coiling Dragon Town, the Azure Dragon School was undoubtedly a colossus. Especially since the Azure Dragon School focused on refining elixirs. Many people needed their help, and they had a good relationship with many other schools. Therefore, the result was self-evident. The entire martial arts world was in an uproar, especially when the words, "Trample the Azure Dragon School and take Song Lai's head," came from the mouth of a young disciple of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Furthermore, the person he challenged was Song Lai, who was at the 4th level of the Chi Soul realm, 4 symbols Yuan, and even the entire Azure Dragon School. A 4th level Chi Soul realm, 4 symbols origin stage cultivator, could be said to be a high and mighty existence in the vicinity of the Coiling Dragon Town. They were the ultimate force of martial arts. Who dare to provoke them? Who dare to challenge them? That would be suicide. Who exactly is this Chu Yang? How dare he speak such arrogant words? Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's Nangong and Li Yu probably aren't as arrogant as him. He is merely the second son of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's deacon, Chu Yunlong. I think he is just a smokescreen. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution only wants to take advantage of Song Lai's injuries to give the Azure Dragon School a taste of their own medicine. However, this Chu Yang is extremely impressive. According to rumors, the Zhao family and the Azure Dragon School colluded and failed to overthrow the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. I heard that they were all defeated by this kid. They are just taking advantage of the situation. Both parties were definitely heavily injured during the battle. and he took advantage of the situation. I have to admit that this kid is indeed powerful. Surrounding the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, other than the Coiling Dragon Town, there were many other cities. The various families and sects that occupied these cities were all discussing this matter. For a moment, the martial arts world was in an uproar. They were very concerned about this matter. There were even many families and sects that jumped out to criticize the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and Chuyang. Among them were the Ouyang family, Leaf family, Dew family, Bloodsword Hall, Lightning Speed sect, Fire God sect, and Windsword sect. The sect master of the Fire God sect and the Windsword sect even announced that if Chuyang didn't know how to restrain himself and continued to act so presumptuously, they would definitely take Chuyang's head. These two sects had an extremely good relationship with the Azure Dragon School. At this moment, they stood out for the Azure Dragon School. Nan Gongying then went to pay a visit to these families that stood out and suppressed all the voices. However, this was only because of Nan Gongying's prestige. To be exact, they were afraid of the Five Elements sect. After all, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution belonged to the Five Elements sect. No one dared to offend the Five Elements sect. However, they were still extremely disdainful of Chuyang. They wanted to see how arrogant Chuyang was and what kind of miserable ending he would have. Chapter 181. Azure Dragon School, Azure Dragon Hall. Bang! A hand with 5 slender fingers, as fair as jade, slammed heavily on the table like a mountain. The instant the palm landed, the table exploded. The entire Azure Dragon Hall seemed to have been frightened by this slap. Everyone seemed to be trembling, and even seemed to be about to jump up. Presumptuous! Damn it! This Chuyang. I will definitely make sure he dies without a complete corpse. An incomparably furious and majestic voice resounded throughout the Azure Dragon Hall. Above the Azure Dragon Hall, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s sat on a bronze throne. His malicious eyes spewed out a chilling, murderous intent. This middle-aged man had lush black hair and a curly beard. His face was as fair as jade. His eyes were majestic and sharp like an eagle, as though they could penetrate a person's soul with a single glance. He was just casually sitting there, but it was as though a desolate beast was entrenched in his territory. He was emitting an overbearing and tyrannical aura. A casual anger from him could turn the world upside down. This middle-aged man was the Azure Dragon School's sect master, Song Lai. The Azure Dragon School's sect master, Song Lai, was well known in the martial arts world of the Coiling Dragon Town. This person was also extremely ferocious and was known for his overbearing methods. More than 10 years ago, he had already reached the 4th level of the Chi Soul realm for symbols. Although it was difficult for him to advance further, no one dared to provoke him. However, at this very moment, Song Lai's rock-like palm was pressing down on a piece of white paper with blood-red words on it. It was asking him to take his own head as an apology. Otherwise, he would have to bear the consequences. A mere deacon son of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution actually dares to warn and threaten this seat. You even want me to hand my head over? Song Lai's sword-like eyebrows seemed to be brewing a thundercloud storm. The air in the entire Azure Dragon Hall seemed to have turned into rocks and was frozen. Schoolmaster, should we immediately gather the disciples and annihilate the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution? Putting aside the Zhao clan, we must avenge the death of the young schoolmaster. As long as the sect patriarch gives the order, we will definitely annihilate the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. A green-robed Chi Soul Realm old man with a sallow complexion said. He was an elder of the Azure Dragon School and was at the 1st level of the Chi Soul Realm, the Yuan Realm. Yes, Sect Master. If we allow the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution to be so arrogant, it will have a huge impact on our Azure Dragon School. At that time, what prestige do we have left? Another Chi Soul Stage elder also spoke out. In the Azure Dragon Hall, the Azure Dragon School had a total of 7 Chi Soul elders, but only 2 of them were at the 2nd level of the Chi Soul Realm, the Yin-Yang Origin Realm. The Azure Dragon School could definitely be considered a big school in the Coiling Dragon Town area. They had at least 7 to 8,000 disciples, but there weren't many elders in the Chi Soul realm. Currently, there were only 7 of them left. During the battle at the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, all the Chi Soul realm elders they sent out had died. They had suffered a great loss. Liu alone had killed nearly a third of the Azure Dragon School's elders. One could imagine the impact this had on the Azure Dragon School. At the same time, their hearts were filled with fear. If Liu completely recovered, the Azure Dragon School would be doomed. They might as well just annihilate the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Enough! Song Lai's roar was like a muffled thunder, causing the Chi Soul stage elders' ears to tremble. Song Lai, who was at the 4th level of the Chi Soul realm, was simply too powerful. The energy he emitted was like a huge dragon. In front of Song Lai, these elders might also be in the Chi Soul realm, but they were still insignificant. Chapter 182. What is the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution? Don't you know the 5 Elements sect? If we annihilate the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, will the 5 Elements sect let us go? Song Lai's eyes flashed with a cold light. How could he not want to annihilate the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and kill Liu and Nan Gongying? What made him even more heartbroken was that his only son, Song Hongtu, was killed. Song Hongtu was his only son. After Song Hongtu died, he could only pass the position of Azure Dragon School's young sect master to his adopted son, Song Hongji. However, an adopted son was still an adopted son. How could he be compared to his own son? However, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution is being overbearing. What should we do? An elder asked. If they're so aggressive, then I'll make them so aggressive that they can't get up. I'll make them bleed in heartache. Chu Yang, this lowly bastard, I'll eat him alive. Song Lai's face was cold. He clapped his hands, and with a rumble, the entire hall seemed to have sunk down a bit. 3 days later, in the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's Chu family courtyard, the air exploded as Chu Yang leaped up and ran towards the Azure Dragon School. On this day, the Azure Dragon School was bustling with activity as people shuttled back and forth. Looking from afar, the Azure Dragon School seemed to be a huge dragon coiling on the peak of the mountain. Large halls and pavilions were everywhere like a beehive. The mountain was filled with banners and flags. The golden Azure Dragon pattern reflected dazzling rays of light under the sun. The Azure Dragon School's disciples could be said to be close to 10,000. It was originally a huge school in this area and had a lot of people. However, at this moment, compared to usual, this day was even more bustling than usual. In front of the school gate, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Many carriages with fluttering banners appeared in front of the Azure Dragon School. Ouyang Clan, Li Clan, Quick Thunder Sect, Fire God School, Windsword Sect. Almost all the famous Coiling Dragon School in this area had arrived. After all, Chu Yang wanted to challenge Song Lai. There was nothing more important than this. No matter if it was those who wanted to see Song Lai's current skills, those who wanted to take the opportunity to curry favor with the Azure Dragon School, or those who wanted to see if Chu Yang ate a bear's heart or a leopard's gall, they all rushed to the Azure Dragon School and prepared to watch the battle. The scorching sun gradually rose, and the sunlight became even more fiery. However, Chu Yang was still nowhere to be seen. The numerous experts from the Azure Dragon School gradually became impatient. That Chu Yang from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Could it be that he is suddenly afraid and doesn't dare to come? It's hard to say. Young people are the most conflicted when doing things, and they lack consideration. I'm afraid he's regretting it now. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. He's not afraid, but isn't his father, Chu Yunlong? Everyone was discussing animatedly. The people who came were all famous figures. Most of them were elders, family heads, and the like. There were even some sect leaders who came. When these people spoke, there was a sense of superiority, as if they were in control of life and death. It was as if they could turn the world into ashes with just a few words. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly cut through all the clamor. Everyone quickly look. Isn't that the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's people? Everyone looked over and saw many people from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution arriving. Nangong Ing was the leader, and beside him was an extremely pale person. It was Liu. When Nangong Ing and his group appeared, everyone immediately went silent. Soon after, 16 or 17-year-old youths sprinted over. They were like a huge snake, a flying eagle, and a flood dragon. Chuyang, everyone exclaimed. According to the rumors, that Chuyang was only 16 or 17 years old. He was very compatible with this youth that was sprinting over. It's junior brother Chu. Junior brother Chu is here. Many Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's disciples were very excited when they saw Chuyang. Songlai, are you going to hand over the head yourself? Or should I go in and take it myself? That youth didn't stop and had already spoken. Suddenly, it was as though a thunderbolt exploded in the clear sky. His voice was powerful and resonated throughout the heaven and earth. This time, everyone didn't have any doubts. If this person wasn't Chuyang, who else could it be? He is really here. This Chuyang truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone rushed over. Chapter 183. Chuyang might be surrounded by the Azure Dragon School's disciples, but not a single one of them was in his eyes. He had a carefree expression. With his current strength, he could kill any one of these Azure Dragon School's disciples. How could these ordinary Azure Dragon School's disciples resist him? Buzz! A thunder-like sound echoed in all directions of the Azure Dragon School, echoing with Chuyang's voice. Chuyang looked up at the Azure Dragon School's mountain peak and stood proudly in the middle. He was truly a crane in a flock of chickens. You are that audacious Chuyang. Swish! Suddenly, a young man wearing a green robe rushed out and stood in front of Chuyang. He was about 20 years old, with a dark face and bronze skin. He looked strong and powerful, and his body was robust and tall. That's right. Chuyang squinted his eyes and looked at the youth in front of him. Who are you? Go play in the mud. What an arrogant and mocking tone. Everyone was astonished. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's members were already familiar with Chuyang's indecent manner. Oomph. What kind of status does my father have? How can a little bastard like you meet him as you wish? If you want to meet my father, you'll have to pass through me, Song Hongji. This youth raised his thick brows and revealed an angry expression. At the same time, he had an extremely arrogant expression. The Azure Dragon School didn't know much about Chuyang, but they didn't know much about him either. They heard that he was extremely shocking. However, Song Hongji didn't believe that Chuyang, who was only 17 or 18 years old, would have a higher cultivation than him. Songlai only has one son. Where did this one pop out from? Chuyang sneered, playing in the mud and casually calling others father. Does your father know about this? Aren't you afraid that your father will be angered to death? Aren't you afraid that your mother won't be able to explain herself? This poisonous tongue. The Martial Institution's disciples were convinced while the other experts were astonished. It seemed like everything was different from what they imagined. This Chuyang actually didn't treat this matter seriously. If he wasn't too savage, then he was too stupid and didn't know what was good for him. Song Hongji's face was completely red. This could be considered as stabbing his sore spot. The Azure Dragon School's leader is my foster father. If you dare to humiliate me like this, you will definitely die. So that's how it is. Chuyang sneered. You want to challenge me, right? All right, as you wish. Before he finished speaking, another Azure Dragon School disciple suddenly rushed out. Chuyang, who do you think you are? You are not qualified to fight with a young sect leader. Shua. Chuyang was too lazy to waste his breath. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Azure Dragon sect disciple. He opened his hand, and like a huge seal, he slammed it down with the force of a mountain. Bang! With just one palm, the Azure Dragon sect disciple, who was at the 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm, did not even have the ability to resist. His head was directly smashed into his chest. Like a wooden stake, he was directly smashed into the ground and died. What? Song Hongji's legs trembled, and he hurriedly retreated. As for the Azure Dragon School elder who instructed this disciple to provoke Chu Yang, he rushed out with his schwa and pointed at Chu Yang. "Little bastard, you are so vicious. My Azure Dragon School's disciple only wanted to exchange pointers with you, and you actually killed him. With so many sect elders and sect leaders here, even if I can spare you, they will not spare you." Chu Yang's expression was calm. This elder of the Azure Dragon School was an idiot. He actually dared to play such a trick in front of Chu Yang. He wanted to borrow the power of the elders and masters of various sects to deal with him. "Old bastard, playing such a trick with me, your head must have been hit by a door when you went out today. The moment your Azure Dragon School intended to overthrow the coiling Dragon Martial Institution, the entire Azure Dragon School should have thought of this day." Chu Yang's feet flashed, and he appeared in front of the elder with a schwa. His hand was like a whip that was extremely fast and directly grabbed the Azure Dragon School elder's neck. Chapter 184. Hiss. Many experts from various clans and sects couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Chu Yang looked like he was only in the origin martial realm. How could he be so terrifying? He could kill a spirit martial realm expert like he was slaughtering chickens. They were frightened, especially those who spoke arrogantly to intimidate Chu Yang and try to curry favor with the Azure Dragon School. This Azure Dragon elder's face and neck turned red. His true essence quickly surged out from his body. He wanted to heavily injure Chu Yang and break free from his control, but "Gotcha!" With a crisp sound, Chu Yang tightened his 5 fingers. The Azure Dragon elder's neck was directly crushed by Chu Yang. His feet kicked in the air twice, and he immediately stopped breathing. The eyes of the various clans and sects in the crowd bulged. It was as they thought. Chu Yang killed people like he was slaughtering chickens. The Azure Dragon School elder didn't have any room to resist. However, this was a spirit martial realm expert. How heaven-defying did an origin martial realm expert have to be to easily kill a spirit martial realm expert who could kill origin martial realm experts like they were slaughtering chickens? It was hard to imagine. Boom! The crowd was in an uproar all of a sudden. Every clan's patriarch, every sect's elder, and every school's head never thought that Chu Yang's strength would be so terrifying. Even more so, they didn't think that he would be so daring to kill people in front of so many experts in the Azure Dragon School. "Chu Yang, you are too presumptuous. There are so many sect masters and clan heads here. You dare to kill people in front of everyone? Do you still have the sect masters and clan heads in your eyes? This kid kills people like a second nature. If he isn't eliminated, there will be no peace. Does the coiling Dragon Martial Institution think they can do whatever they want by relying on the 5-element sect? Today, it is the Azure Dragon School. Tomorrow it will be us. I suggest that everyone join forces to kill this kid and get an explanation from the coiling Dragon Martial Institution." Chu Yang looked at them coldly. Just now, he killed people to establish his might. They still dare to jump out. They must have a close relationship with the Azure Dragon School. Everyone, a few Azure Dragon School elders also appeared and stood in a line. They pointed at Chu Yang and said with righteous indignation, "This kid's killing has become second nature. He's like a demon. Everyone, there's no need to say anything to this kind of person. Let's join hands and kill him together. We'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of this great evil." "Uncle, you don't have to do anything." Chu Yang suddenly spoke. Instantly, everyone looked towards the direction of the coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Suddenly, they realized that Chu Yang wasn't alone. The scene couldn't help but turn silent. If it was just Chu Yang alone, those who had a good relationship with the Azure Dragon School would naturally not be afraid. However, with the addition of Nangong, Xiao, and Li Yu, the entire coiling Dragon Martial Institution would be different. Ha ha ha! Only Chu Yang's laughter could be heard in the hall. "Well said. I am a demon." Chu Yang laughed heartily before revealing an extremely disdainful expression. "Who do you think you are? How dare you get involved in the matters of the coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Azure Dragon School? I will kill you first and let you know what is powerful." "Pa pa pa, Chu Yang swept towards the crowd like a gust of wind. He killed with a raise of his hand. Those who spoke earlier were instantly killed by him. His exceptional divine prowess frightened the crowd and caused them to flee in all directions. They were crying for their parents and were extremely terrified. "Little bastard, how dare you? What a joke. You don't know what's good for you after gathering a bunch of trash. Since you want to die together with the Azure Dragon School, this young master will grant your wish." Swish! While speaking, Chu Yang's figure didn't stop. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Under everyone's gaze, he flew towards the few elders of the Azure Dragon School. Presumptuous, evil creature, little bastard. The few elders of the Azure Dragon School were furious. If they didn't regain their face today, the Azure Dragon School would fall from the clouds and lose their prestige. Boom! Raging flames incinerate the heavens. Chapter 185. A raging flame rushed out. It was extremely violent. The air seemed to be burning as the scorching hot air swept out in all directions. The flame even burned towards Chu Yang. When the Azure Dragon School elder attacked, it was like a fire dragon spitting out flames. The momentum was shocking. Seeing the Azure Dragon School elder attack, the various patriarchs and elders couldn't help but secretly nod their heads. The Azure Dragon School was famous for their alchemy. They were best at controlling flames. The strength of this Azure Dragon School elder represented the true strength of the Azure Dragon School. It wasn't something that the disciples and elders that Chu Yang had just killed could compare to. This kid will definitely die today. With 6 Azure Dragon School elders working together, he won't be able to escape. Everyone looked at Chu Yang as if they were looking at a dead man. Chu Yang coldly snorted and didn't say anything. With a whoosh, he disappeared in an instant. When they saw him again, he had already stabbed the Azure Dragon School elder's throat. Wind-chasing life reaping sword, Yama style, the disciples of the martial institution saw it clearly. With a bang, the Azure Dragon School elder, who was extremely powerful in the Chi Soul realm, was instantly killed. What? The elders and sect masters of the various sects trembled at the sight of this, their eyelids twitching wildly. This was a Chi Soul realm elder, who knew how many resources the sect had to spend to nurture one. In this area, they could do whatever they wanted, but they were killed with a single sword strike. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Even killing a chicken wasn't that easy. How is this possible? A Chi Soul realm elder is like an ant in his hands. Is he still human? How old is he? The various patriarchs and sects present all knew how terrifying this scene was. When Chu Yang challenged the Azure Dragon School, they all thought that Chu Yang was arrogant and presumptuous. However, Chu Yang continuously attacked and killed several Chi Soul realm experts. They were really frightened. Just as Chu Yang said, they really didn't know what was good for them. This was a battle between 2 huge dragons. What right did they have to interfere? They simply didn't know what was good for them. This place is too dangerous. I'm afraid they will be implicated. Many of the spectators also felt terrified and retreated one after another. Chu Yang's heaven-defying nature had completely exceeded their imaginations. If they got too close and were killed by Chu Yang as an enemy, they would have died in vain. They wouldn't even know where to cry out for injustice. Little bastard! Just as everyone was pushed out of the battle circle, the remaining 5 elders of the Azure Dragon School finally reacted and furiously yelled. Chu Yang's strength and methods had completely exceeded their expectations. His successive attacks had scared everyone out of their wits. Little bastard, no matter what, I'm going to grind your bones to dust today. Everyone, whoever helps my Azure Dragon School get rid of this enemy will be my Azure Dragon School's eternal ally. In the future, I will definitely reward you generously. No one dared to move. The 5 great elders were wasting their breath. Their eyes were all red. Die! With a furious roar, the 5 of them circulated all the energy in their body and emitted a tyrannical aura. They attacked at the same time. In an instant, it was as though the heaven and earth were shaking. It was as though 5 ferocious beasts had suddenly jumped out. The aura shook the entire area. At the same time, the Azure Dragon School's disciples rushed over from all directions like a tidal wave. There were so many of them that the coiling Dragon Martial Institution's disciples' eyelids twitched when they saw this. Just in time, Chuyang let out a long roar. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with coldness. Facing the tidal wave of attacks, he was calm and fearless. A saber appeared in his hand. With a swing, a huge saber light slashed horizontally. Instantly, countless miserable shrieks were heard. With just a single slash, countless people were chopped into two halves. Even 3 of the 5 elders were instantly chopped into 2 halves. The 2 halves of their bodies twitched on the ground like a snake's tail. Only 2 elders reacted quickly and managed to escape with their lives. However, there was a horrifying saber wound on their chest. Chapter 186. Hiss! What kind of blade was that? It was indescribable. Many of the spectators felt as though their courage had been pierced by Chuyang's blade. No one dared to make any noise as their hearts were filled with fear. They definitely couldn't block that blade. Facing that blade, they would definitely die. If there was anyone who could block it, it would be the sect master of the Azure Dragon School, Songlai. Fragrant elephant crossing the river, cutting off the flow of the masses. It's actually so powerful. No wonder when Junior Brother Chu fought with the Dean, Deacon Chu hurriedly reminded him when Junior Brother Chu used that move. If Junior Brother Chu used his full strength, would the Dean be able to block it? The disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution had such doubts in their hearts. That blade was simply the scythe of the Grim Reaper, reaping lives. How powerful, how frightening, and how frightening it was. The disciples of the Martial Institution looked at Chuyang, who was like a deity, and were extremely shocked. It was the second time they saw such a blade art, and the second time was completely different from the first time. It could be said that the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Furthermore, they knew that Chuyang didn't use his full strength for that blade. After all, he was only dealing with a small fry. This is the result of being Junior Brother Chu's enemy. Only death awaits. Junior Brother Chu is truly like a celestial being. No one could defeat him. Otherwise, why would he dare to provoke the Azure Dragon School and threaten to take Songlai's head? Those words were not exaggerated at all. Look at the Fire God School and that lightning speed sect. They finally know how powerful we are and have all turned into mutes. Ignorant. They even dare to offend our Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. After Junior Brother Chu deals with the Azure Dragon School, these sects will be our practice ground. Even if we can't be as powerful as Junior Brother Chu, we will still have to be cool. The disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution actually had such thoughts at this moment. Especially Li Hao, Zhang Yang, and Ji Jingsheng. After hearing such discussions, they couldn't help but stare at the Fire God sect, Quick Thunder sect, Li Clan, Ouyang Clan, and other clans and sections. Their hearts were burning, and their eyes were shining. Chuyang's current demeanor and grace made them extremely fascinated. No matter what, a man had to be awe-inspiring and awe-inspiring. Nangong Ing, Li Yu, and Chu Yunlong couldn't help but look at each other with a smile on their faces. Under the leadership of Chuyang, the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial NSTI, Tushan were more ambitious than any other batch. Many of them had experienced the Coiling Dragon Mystic Realm and the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's calamities consecutively. They might not be the most talented batch, but they were probably the most terrifying batch. The Azure Dragon School could be considered a large school in the Coiling Dragon Town area. Just casually sending out a person would cause many places to treat him like a god. But now, Chuyang was stepping on them and trampling on the Azure Dragon School to show the prestige of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. After today's battle, who would dare to provoke the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution? Songlai, are you still not coming out? They're just some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Are you planning to use them to exhaust my stamina and chi? If that's the case, I will fulfill your wish and wipe out the entire Azure Dragon School. Once these words were spoken, it would be extremely beneficial to drive a wedge between the Azure Dragon School. At the same time, Chu Yang squinted his eyes, and a chilling light burst out from his eyes. In an instant, the saber in his hand was about to be raised again. Boom! Like an avalanche, the disciples of the Azure Dragon School frantically retreated. How would they dare to face such a saber? A character like Chu Yang wasn't someone they could withstand. Song Lai, you can really keep your composure. But if I were you, I would do the same. After all my disciples are dead, I can still recruit more. As long as you don't die, the more people die, the more savage they will think of me. After killing me, wouldn't you be even more brilliant and martial? Wouldn't those disciples worship you like a god? What a good plan. Chu Yang's mocking voice resounded in everyone's ears. The disciples of the Azure Dragon School, as well as the various clans and sects, had a drastic change in expression. At this time, Song Lai still wasn't coming out. Could it be that he really had such a plan? If that was the case, how much was Song Lai afraid of Chu Yang that he didn't hesitate to do so? Chapter 187. Boom! Song Lai still did not give any response. Chu Yang looked at the Azure Dragon School disciples who were clenching their teeth and blocking in front of him. Killing intent appeared on his face. Soon after, an incomparably vast aura radiated throughout the world. Ignorant and stubborn. Killing you is like cutting grass. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Rumble. Chu Yang sneered. The void seemed to collapse as it fiercely devoured the yuan qi between heaven and earth. Soon after, it exploded once again. He did not dare to use the fragrant elephant crossing river again to cut off the flow of the crowd. That blade just now had consumed at least half of his true qi, and that blade had killed at least 100 Azure Dragon School disciples. Only 2 elders were left. A crescent-shaped blade slashed out once again. The remaining 2 elders of the Azure Dragon School had just stopped their injuries. The power and sharpness of that strike just now made people despair. Another wave of miserable cries rang out. The Azure Dragon School disciples who were loyal to the death did not immediately retreat. Immediately, many people died under Chu Yang's blade. How could it be like this? While Chu Yang was talking and laughing, many more people died and turned into ashes. The 2 elders of the Azure Dragon School revealed an expression of despair in their eyes. With just one slash and another face-to-face, corpses were everywhere within 10 feet of Chu Yang. Not a single one was left standing. That place seemed to be a battlefield from hell, but Song Lai still hadn't appeared. At this moment, even the 2 elders could not help but suspect that Song Lai had ulterior motives and was using them as cannon fodder. He is a body cultivator. His strength cannot be judged by an ordinary origin martial realm. To be exact, he is a dual cultivator. His true qi is comparable to true yuan. His strength is definitely not inferior to those under the Qi Soul realm. In the surroundings, the elders and patriarchs of the various families and sects who had long since escaped were all aghast when they saw that strike. They involuntarily cried out. An ordinary strike was able to erupt with the power of 3 elephants. It was also so sharp and unstoppable. In addition, Chu Yang's terrifying speed of absorbing the world's origin qi allowed them to immediately see how extraordinary it was. He was simply a monster. His origin martial realm Jin Qi was comparable to Zhen Yuan, and its quality was even higher. Killing a LV1 Qi Soul realm martial artist was as easy as killing a chicken. It was unbelievable. Since when did such a monster appear in the corner of Coiling Dragon Town? After the 2 elders from the Azure Dragon School heard that, their pupils couldn't help but shrink again. Body cultivation was a dead end. It was extremely hard to cultivate, but if one succeeded, their strength would be extremely terrifying. This was not a fluke. Chu Yang, this little bastard, had an incomparably vigorous Zhen Qi and physical strength. He didn't seem to have consumed much of his Zhen Qi. Moreover, the speed at which he swallowed the world's yuan qi was simply terrifying. Most likely, he could instantly replenish his Zhen Qi. So what if you've discovered yours truly extraordinariness? It'll only make you more fearful. Chu Yang's gaze shifted. He raised the saber in his hand and aimed it at them. Stop! An extremely furious voice rang out from the Azure Dragon School. In that instant, it was as if the earth and mountains were shaking. The entire Azure Dragon School seemed to violently shake. Under everyone's gazes, a terrifying aura that could swallow the heavens and the seas exploded from the Azure Dragon School. It was as if a huge beast was going crazy. Immediately after, a figure rushed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a black dot and flew down from the sky. Rumble. The earth shook. A figure with an extremely vigorous aura descended from the sky. The moment he landed, the entire mountain seemed to be unable to bear his weight and slightly trembled. A tyrannical aura, sharp and vicious eyes, and a body that didn't seem to be very large, but it was as if he was a huge beast. The moment this person appeared, the entire world seemed to have stopped. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Many people present felt the pressure. It was an incomparably large pressure. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Instantly, they felt as if their hearts were being pressed down by a huge rock. Chapter 188. What a powerful aura. What a terrifying strength. Everyone was shocked as they stared at the imposing figure. Many people revealed expressions of worship, respect, envy, admiration, and even fear. It was as if the Azure Dragon school leader was the center of the world, the ruler of this world. This is Song Lai. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes as he stared at the mountain-like figure. Such a thought flashed through his mind, but without a doubt, his judgment was definitely not wrong. Until now, there weren't many people who had such a strong aura and were able to give Chu Yang such a strong pressure. Within the Azure Dragon School, there was only Song Lai, an expert at the 4th level of the Chi Soul realm and the 4 symbols origin. At this moment, Chu Yang's pressure suddenly increased as he felt a strong aura of death. His heart skipped a beat. Song Lai, could it be that his injuries have been completely healed? If that was the case, then he was here to die. School leader. The surrounding Azure Dragon School disciples all knelt down in a black mass. The 2 elders of the Azure Dragon School heaved a sigh of relief, as if they had been granted an imperial edict, as if they had been revived. Just now, the terrifying strength that Chu Yang displayed made them feel despair, as if they had fallen into hell. This kind of battle was not something that they could participate in. The school leader of the Azure Dragon School, Song Lai, has finally shown himself. What a terrifying aura. Even though he is injured, he is even more terrifying than before. I'm afraid that he has gained a new understanding after being injured this time. If that's the case, then Song Lai is even more undefeatable. He is a mountain that none of us can climb over. Is this the strength of a 4th level Chi Soul realm expert? This is simply too terrifying. Just one look is enough to make one tremble in fear. Who can go against such a person? Who can be his opponent? That Chu Yang from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution will definitely die. Those who provoke Song Lai are seeking their own deaths. They will definitely not have a good ending. The moment Song Lai appeared, the elders, patriarchs, and school leaders of the various clans and sects were all shocked. They felt as if they were facing a king and couldn't help but be cautious. To the average person, they were famous for their fighting prowess, and their strength was also top-notch. Any one of them was a heavyweight. But in front of Song Lai, they were instantly overshadowed and not worth mentioning. Song Lai stood on the high ground and looked down at Chu Yang. His malicious eyes stared at Chu Yang. "You are that Chu Yang?" His voice rumbled like thunder. He was like a monarch, or even a deity of the heavens, looking down on Chu Yang as if he were a lowly mortal. "You are that ignorant Song Lai. You sure have guts. You actually dared to behave atrociously in the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Your death has arrived." Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and stared at the man in front of him. His words were extremely arrogant. The surroundings were dead silent. Chu Yang actually dared to speak to Song Lai in such a manner. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the 2 of them, the 2 stalwart figures. One was the famous Azure Dragon School sect leader, Songlai, while the other was the rising star of the coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Neither of them were good people. How dare you kill someone in the Azure Dragon School? I didn't pursue the matter, but you dare to pursue the matter with me. Who do you think you are? Even Li Yu doesn't dare to speak to me in such a manner. Songlai's voice was buzzing like a giant axe that wanted to split a person in half. It was like thousands of swords that wanted to cut a person to death. It made the people who heard it tremble with fear and fear. Hee hee. Suddenly, a voice came out. It was Li Yu. Li Yu's face was pale, but the smile on his face was incomparably mocking. Songlai, who do you think you are? Even I don't dare to be so impudent to this little demon. Who do you think you are? Everyone's eyes shrank. Li Yu's words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Buzz. The crowd was in an uproar. No one expected Li Yu to say such words. Even a powerful existence like the Azure Dragon School sect leader, Songlai, wasn't qualified to put on airs in front of Chu Yang. Chapter 189. Songlai's face was extremely gloomy and cold. Li Yu's words had directly pulled him from the altar into the cesspool, and directly pushed Chu Yang up to the altar. Li Yu sneered. If it wasn't for your sneak attack, Songlai, who do you think you are? I'll kill you with a raise of my hand. As for now, you want to kill me. He sneered. You've lived through today, yet you still dare to talk nonsense. I think you won't live to see tomorrow's sun. One idiot. Nangong Ying was also full of disdain. If it was you, I would have already run away with my tail between my legs. Although it's embarrassing, it's not to the extent of becoming a stepping stone for a little sheep. Ridiculous. Li Yu and Nangong Ying's words made everyone's ears buzz. These two people were at the same level as the Azure Dragon School's headmaster, especially Li Yu. They actually had so much confidence in Chu Yang and so much disdain for Songlai. You're just a body cultivator. You think too highly of this little bastard. As soon as he finished speaking, Songlai suddenly punched out. Boom! Songlai's attack seemed to cause the sky to fall and the earth to split. The entire mountain range seemed to violently tremble, as if it couldn't bear the power of his punch. Little bastard, you think you're the only body cultivator? Pay attention, don't die so quickly. I haven't vented my hatred yet. If you die too quickly, I'll definitely regret it. I've only used half of my strength in this punch. Don't be unable to even block half of my punch. Only using body cultivator's methods. Only the power of 9 elephants. Even Zhao Ming couldn't take care of this. Chu Yang found that he was completely disdained by Songlai, but he had the qualifications to do so. 1. At this moment, the power of 9 elephants appeared behind Songlai. He seemed to have turned into a terrifying killing god that stepped out of hell, killing everything in his path. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, the moment Songlai attacked, Chu Yang directly used the third transition of the origin martial skill. His aura skyrocketed, and he turned into a shocking rainbow. With the power of thunder, he also punched out. Rumble! Their fists collided, causing a shocking explosion. Dust and smoke rose into the sky, and the ground under their feet shook from the collision. Cries of shock came from the crowd, and many people couldn't stand still. In this exchange, the power displayed by the two of them had already reached an inhuman level. It was as if they were no longer human, but more like two ferocious beasts. What's the result? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the place where the smoke was the thickest. They couldn't wait to know the result of this battle. Songlai's strength was too terrifying. Only 5% of his strength was actually the strength of 9 elephants. In other words, he had the strength of 1 dragon and 8 elephants. How astonishing was that? Who could resist such power? What a pity. A monstrous genius with unparalleled talent is about to die. Many of the spectators let out faint sighs. The power of Songlai's punch was too terrifying. They didn't think that Chu Yang could withstand such a terrifying punch. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, sweeping away all the smoke and dust. At this moment, when everyone saw the situation clearly, their pupils suddenly shrank, and they all cried out in shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? There, Songlai stood like a mountain, unmoving, and with a gloomy face. He threw a shovel. In front of him, about 3 feet away, a figure stood proudly with a divine aura. It was Chu Yang. Between the two of them, there were 2 dents in the ground under their feet. These were the deep marks left by the two of them being dragged on the ground by the enormous force. How was this possible? He can actually withstand the sect leader's punch. This is too inconceivable. The Azure Dragon sect leader has been famous for many years, and there is actually someone who can be on par with him. How old is this Chu Yang? How can he have such powerful strength? Chapter 190. Apart from the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbstruck and astonished. Who was Songlai? He was a prominent figure in the martial world. He was the sect master of a sect with over 10,000 disciples. He was an existence that everyone revered. Who was Chu Yang? Before he challenged Songlai, how many people present had heard of his name? Their statuses weren't even on the same level. However, Chu Yang actually blocked Songlai's thunder strike in front of everyone. Moreover, he was evenly matched with Songlai. What powerful strength! That punch earlier contained the strength of 9 elephants. Is this for real? That Chu Yang actually possesses the strength of 9 elephants. The disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution couldn't help but feel disdain. The strength of 9 elephants was nothing. They were truly ignorant. Li Hao, Zhang Tan, Ji Jingsheng, and many other disciples of the martial institution despised all the family heads, elders, and sect masters. The strength of 9 elephants. Such powerful strength. Many thoughts flashed through Chu Yang's mind. When he spoke with such a tone, the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution burst into laughter. The astonished crowd was dumbfounded by Chu Yang's mocking tone and the laughter of the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Wasn't the strength of 9 elephants shocking enough? I have been underestimated by Songlai. It's only because he is severely injured that I thought I could defeat him with the strength of 9 elephants. Chu Yang was puzzled. Songlai was the sect master of the Azure Dragon School. He had already made a name for himself many years ago. Moreover, he had already reached the 4th level of the Chi Soul realm for elephants. Even if he was injured, it shouldn't be limited to this. Songlai, if you weren't a body cultivator, you might have had the chance to severely injure me. Unfortunately, you will have to pay the price. You will regret it for the rest of your life. Who was arrogant? You were the arrogant one. Hearing Chu Yang's indifferent voice, everyone's minds buzzed. Chu Yang had already taken out 4 Yao cores. The Blood Eagle's Yao core, the Iron Scorpion's Yao core, the 4-winged Bat's Yao core, and the Wind Tiger's Yao core. He immediately swallowed all 4 Yao cores, causing everyone's eyes to pop out of their sockets. Who would dare to recklessly devour Yao cores? Were they not afraid of death? Chu Yang still had 2 Yao cores in his hands. One was from the Tree Demon, and the other was from the Phantom Demon Wolf. The first 4 types of Yao cores were all at the first LV of the Chi Soul realm. The Tree Demon's Yao core was at the second LV of the Chi Soul realm. The Illusory Demon Wolf's Yao core was at the 4th LV of the Chi Soul realm. This Illusion Demon Wolf's monster core was obtained by Li Yu and Nan Gong-ing as practice. In order to kill this Illusion Demon Wolf, the two of them had almost died. Of course, these beast cores were obtained from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. When Songlai saw this shocking scene, he sneered. His sneer made Chu Yang feel strange. You killed my son, Song Hong too, and obtained the Overlord Fist from him. Am I right? Chu Yang's eyelids twitched. So what? What a joke. Songlai had an even more sarcastic expression. You actually want to use my cultivation technique to defeat me? Are you dreaming? Just this? Chu Yang's expression didn't change. Different things will have different results in different people's hands. He pointed at Songlai. I'm a prodigy, and you are trash. Do you think it will be the same? It was fine to brag about himself being a prodigy, but who would dare to say that Songlai was trash? Even Liu and Nangong Ing from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution didn't dare. They didn't have the qualifications to do so. However, when Chu Yang said it, many people were speechless for a moment. After all, Chu Yang was too demonic. As for killing your son had bad intentions and was courting death. While speaking, Chu Yang's killing intent surged out. But you chopped off one of my father's arms and made him look more like my brother. You should also die. Song Lai was humiliated by the words of a junior. He was so angry that the veins on his face were throbbing. I will also cut off one of your arms later, so that the three of you, father and son, will all be one-armed and become a legend. Song Lai's face instantly turned sinister when the hatred for his son's death was triggered. I have to say, Song Lai, you are very stupid. I'm very grateful for the time you gave me to absorb most of the demonic essence from the beast cores. His physical body was frantically devouring the demonic essence. The surging power gave Chu Yang a trace of confidence. So what? Song Lai laughed sinisterly. Do you think that your cultivation technique has no flaws? That I didn't set up any traps? Little bastard. Chapter 191. There was a flaw in the cultivation technique. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's disciples couldn't help but have a change in expression, especially Chu Yang and Chu Fei. Devouring beast cores was one of Chu Yang's trump cards, but Chu Yang had already been tricked. Chu Yang was also shocked. Devouring beast cores to temper the body was extremely dangerous and ridiculous. Song Lai should be referring to this, but if it was this, Chu Yang had already overcome it. Song Lai, you are trash. A trash trying to scheme against a genius? Fool, dream on. Boom. The air around Chu Yang exploded. Then a huge whirlpool was formed. Behind him, the phantoms of 4 demonic beasts appeared. They seemed to be roaring and struggling. It seemed as if they wanted to break out of Chu Yang's body. The scene was horrifying. Song Lai had been observing Chu Yang's movements. When he saw that Chu Yang didn't have any signs of demonic transformation, Song Lai's eyes flashed with a trace of chilling light. This kid must not be left alive. I will definitely grind his bones to ashes and take revenge for my son. Song Lai only had this thought in his mind. The power displayed by Chu Yang's punch just now, as well as his decisiveness in swallowing 4 pills in succession, made Song Lai feel a great threat from this 16 or 17-year-old boy. There had never been a rising star that Song Lai paid so much attention to. It made him feel uneasy, like a fishbone in his throat and a blade in his back. According to the time, Chu Yang had just obtained the Overlord Fist, not even half a month. But he had already cultivated the power of 9 elephants, which was half of Song Lai's strength. Song Lai was cultivating the Overlord technique, the complete Overlord technique. It wasn't the so-called Overlord Fist that he had modified and designed as a trap. Only he knew how much he had suffered in the past 10 years, and what kind of trials he had endured. Moreover, he had only just managed to cultivate the strength of 1 dragon and 8 elephants. But this little bastard, in just half a month, was equivalent to 10 years of effort. 10 years of cultivation. How shocking and terrifying was that? If he was allowed to continue cultivating like this, it was only a matter of time before Song Lai died without a complete corpse. At this moment, he was even rejoicing. Fortunately, this little bastard was too impatient. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, from Song Lai's point of view, it was a good thing that he was injured. It was an extremely good thing that a monster had voluntarily sent himself to his death. Boom! Boom! The two of them suddenly made their moves. Their figures leaped up and soared into the sky like cannonballs. Dense killing intent gushed out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged dozens of punches. Every single strike was earth-shattering and caused thousands of shockwaves. Flaming fist, raging flames burning the heavens. Boundless sea of fire. Song Lai's attacks were like a violent storm. A flying dragon and 8 elephants appeared behind him. The dragon roared and the elephant trumpeted. Every attack had the power to shatter the sky. His power was unparalleled, and each of his attacks swept up a boundless tide of flames. The space around him seemed to be burning. It contained the four symbols' true essence, but it mainly relied on strength, intending to crush Chu Yang. At this moment, Song Lai's power was like an invincible flaming war god in the eyes of the crowd. Chu Yang had swallowed 3 monster cores before, and his power had risen to the strength of 1 dragon and 3 elephants. Now that he had 4 monster cores, his power had skyrocketed from the strength of 3 elephants to the strength of 1 dragon and 6 elephants. Third refinement stage, 3 times the power, that was the strength of 4 dragons and 8 elephants. In the face of Song Lai's terrifying pressure, Chu Yang also displayed all the skills he had learned to the limit at this moment and put them all together. Great Thousand Leaf Hands, 18 Flood Dragon Strikes, Wind Killer Sword, Overlord Fist, the power of metal, fire, and earth, the Sword Heart Skyfire, the Blade Crystal, and the Earth Water all erupted. Chu Yang was like a raging flood. After absorbing the power of the monster cores, every part of his body seemed to explode with crushing power. Chu Yang was naturally not afraid of strength, but he was wary of Song Lai's 4 symbols' true essence. After all, his opponent was an expert of the 4th layer of the Chi Soul realm. The difference in their levels was too great. No matter how arrogant he was, it would be useless. Victory or defeat could be decided in this instant, and Chapter 192. Boom, 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 boom. A tongue of flame shot out from Song Lai's body and soared into the sky, burning the 9 heavens. At the same time, his body was wrapped in black, red, blue, and purple flames. His fist contained the power of 4 kinds of true origin. But when everyone saw the aura Chu Yang revealed, they were scared and retreated. Many people directly fell to the ground. Roar. Dragons roared and elephants roared, for dragons were soaring behind Chu Yang. Their dragon roars were extremely loud and clear. The 8 divine elephants were also roaring. It seemed as if they were carrying a divine mountain as they galloped in the void. The rumbling sound was so loud that the void was about to collapse. The power of 4 dragons and 8 elephants. How is this possible? He's just at the peak of the 9th level of the origin martial realm. How can he have such terrifying power? The power of 4 dragons and 8 elephants was simply too frightening. In terms of strength, according to common sense, he could already crush an ordinary expert in the 4th layer of the ascending soul realm. However, Chu Yang was merely a martial artist in the 9th layer of the origin martial realm. Yet he actually possessed this kind of strength, the power of 4 dragons and 8 elephants. Everyone from the Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Institution was shocked. Compared to the time when he fought with the Zhao family in the Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Institution, Chu Yang's power had increased by a lot. It was even more shocking and frightening. And only a few days had passed, especially for body cultivators. It was difficult and slow to advance in body cultivators. It was hard to accept and even harder to imagine. But Chu Yang had done it. He had increased his power by so much in such a short time. Boom, boom, boom. The void was like a huge drum. Chu Yang and Song Lai fought in the air. The collision created dazzling rays of light. It was as if they were working together to beat the drum in the void. When the sound fell into everyone's ears, it was deafening. It was as if their hearts couldn't bear it and were about to explode. The wind blew wildly, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. The whistling sound of the wind hit people's faces. It was as if it was real, and it was extremely painful. The chaotic wind created by the fight was already so frightening. The intensity of the fight between the two could be imagined. Dong dong. With 2 loud sounds, Chu Yang and Song Lai seemed to have crashed into the ground like a mountain. The ground trembled and a huge crater was formed. The explosion caused dust and smoke to soar into the sky, completely submerging the 2 people. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and the dust and smoke were blown away. And Chu Yang and Song Lai were completely exposed. At this moment, Chu Yang and Song Lai were separated by a distance of more than 10 meters, facing each other. The corners of their mouths were stained with blood. One of their sleeves had exploded, revealing their arms. The muscles and veins on their arms were pulsating and trembling. Their fists were badly mangled, revealing the bones of their hands. Chu Yang was evenly matched with Song Lai, who was using his full strength and did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Boom! After a short moment of silence, the crowd exploded in disbelief. What kind of monstrous genius is this? Even at the 9th level of the primitive martial realm, he possesses such terrifying strength, the strength of 4 dragons and 8 elephants. The person who spoke was trembling, his lips were trembling, and his voice was also trembling. This is too frightening, too terrifying. Is he still human? At the 9th level of the primitive martial realm, he can match someone at the 4th level of the Chi Soul realm. What kind of shocking strength is this? Those families and sects that originally supported the Azure Dragon School and wanted to curry favor with the Azure Dragon were all terrified at this moment. Their hearts were incomparably terrified. If this monstrous genius came to settle accounts with them, they would die without a burial place. Moreover, they would die in vain because they had made the most fatal mistake. They had underestimated Chu Yang and made the most foolish judgment and decision. The strength of 4 dragons and 8 elephants. There are also gold, fire, earth, and even water attributed true Qi. Chapter 193. Song Lai's voice was very cold. 4 types of true Qi, and the quality of a true Qi is even higher than the true element first Yuan stage. You have the strength of 4 dragons and 8 elephants. Little bastard, you are indeed amazing. Unfortunately, you were too impatient and sent yourself to death. Old bastard, stop pretending to be a wolf. You only have the strength of a 3rd level Qi soul stage martial artist. If I want to kill you, you will die. In the previous exchange, Chu Yang's strength of 4 dragons and 8 elephants was like a giant as he bombarded Song Lai. After canceling out Song Lai's strength of 1 dragon and 8 elephants, he still had the strength of 3 dragons. However, Song Lai's true essence of 4 elements was too strong. It was like a metal ball rolling down from the peak of a mountain. When the strength of 3 dragons collided with it, it was only a draw. A body cultivator's strength of 1 dragon was comparable to a 1st level Qi soul stage martial artist. 2 dragons corresponded to a 2nd level Qi soul stage martial artist, and 3 dragons corresponded to 3 dragons. Therefore, Song Lai's true strength was only at the 3rd level of the Qi soul stage. The injury he received earlier had a huge impact on him. Song Lai's pupils trembled. This little bastard's insight was too sharp. He was able to see through his upper limit in an instant. So what? It's enough to kill a little bastard like you. Bang! Song Lai's robe fluttered, causing the dust around him to fly away. At the same time, he stepped forward and walked towards Chu Yang. His gaze was incomparably vicious and cold. His expression revealed a burning, killing intent. If this little bastard didn't die today, he, Song Lai, would die the next day. Little bastard. So what if you are a monster? However, it was a pity that geniuses and monsters usually died young. Today, no matter what, you will not be able to walk out of the Azure Dragon School. His voice was as cold as ice. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Lai's eyes flashed with an ominous glint, and he immediately launched an earth-shattering attack. Bang! The heavens shook and the earth shook. The entire Azure Dragon School seemed to be trembling at this moment. Song Lai's body was surrounded by 4 colored flames. He was like a fire demon that rushed out from underground lava. Before his fist arrived, a tongue of fire had already swept towards Chu Yang. At the same time, his huge fist smashed towards Chu Yang with the force of thunder. This punch was majestic and filled with a myriad of phenomena. Song Lai's fist blazed with flames. His fist seemed to be a gigantic pill cauldron. Above it, a medicinal cauldron could be seen, as if it was concocting pills. A medicinal fragrance wafted out from the cauldron. And this was the sign of Song Lai exerting his strength to the limit. His main path of alchemy was shown on his fists and feet. The person was like a pill, using the battle of life and death as the fire to refine the body and become a supreme medicine. Thus, he could unleash an even greater power. It could be said that Song Lai did not hold back at all in this punch. Since he had locked onto his target, there was no way he would miss. He had long viewed Chu Yang as a great threat, a thorn in his flesh. If Chu Yang didn't die, he would be sitting on pins and needles, living in fear every day. If Chu Yang grew up, he would not be someone he could face, let alone imagine. Old bastard, you think too highly of yourself. You don't have the ability to kill me. Facing Song Lai's earth-shattering attack, Chu Yang's ferocious nature was aroused. He was extremely violent. Today, I will let you know how the word death is written. However, in the midst of such domineering words, Chu Yang's legs turned into afterimages. With a swoosh, he actually broke free from Song Lai's lock and dodged the attack. At the same time, Chu Yang took out the second layer Chi Soul Realm Tree Demon's Yao core and swallowed it in one gulp. Kacha! Kacha! Chu Yang's bones instantly emitted a series of cracking sounds. In an instant, his body grew 3 feet taller. His hair was like thin willow branches, and his skin was like tree bark. His entire body was dark green, as if he was about to turn into wood. His entire body stiffened. He's demonized. Serves him right. Do you think a Yao core can be eaten so casually? He just swallowed 4 Yao cores, and now he dares to swallow another one. Many people were excited. Swallowing a Yao core, Chu Yang was finally going to be in trouble. Chapter 194. There was a limit to Chu Yang's ability to suppress demonic energy. He couldn't devour demonic cores endlessly. Previously, he had already reached the peak by devouring 4 demonic cores. Now that he had devoured a second layer Chi Soul Realm demonic core, he broke through the limit and began to demonize. Song Lai's cultivation was much higher than Chu Yang's. Previously, when Chu Yang fought with Zhao Meng, he had used almost all of his strength. Although he had improved in the past few days, it was still not enough. Especially since he had reached the 3rd transition, he couldn't continue like this, so he had to take the risk. Idiot, do you really think that the flaws I designed in the Overlord Fist are just for show? Song Lai was overjoyed. When Chu Yang demonized, his demonic energy would clash and his true energy would be in chaos, greatly reducing his battle strength. He was all too clear about this situation. He was also all too clear about the danger Chu Yang was in. If he wasn't careful, Chu Yang would explode and die. Old bastard, you don't believe me when I say you're trash. To me, there's no cultivation technique that has flaws. Am I someone an old bastard like you can measure? Stubborn mouth, demonic energy backlash. You can't even take care of yourself. I'll give you another blow. Let's see how you'll take it. Little bastard, go die. Boom. Facing Song Lai's thunder strike, Chu Yang didn't dodge. At this moment, his body was even more stiff, almost like a puppet with intelligence. The increase in strength was also shocking. It increased the strength of 5 elephants. Previously, it was 1 dragon and 6 elephants. 3 times the strength was 4 dragons and 8 elephants. Now, with the addition of the power of 5 elephants, he had the power of 2 dragons and 1 elephant, and 3 times the power of 6 dragons and 3 elephants. How shocking. Why would he need to dodge? Wong. The air within a few feet of Chu Yang began to distort. A majestic and vigorous aura was emitted from his body. In an instant, the aura on his body reached the heavens and swallowed the seas, completely suppressing Song Lai. If Song Lai was an ancient giant beast, then Chu Yang was the king of giant beasts in the ancient world, enslaving all giant beasts. Under his feet, the earth began to tremble, as if it was afraid of his terrifying strength. I'll chop you old bastard into pieces. In a flash, Chu Yang did not move his feet. Facing Song Lai, who was charging at him, His hand was like an enormous axe, and he ruthlessly chopped down. It was tyrannical, barbaric, and domineering. It was as if he never knew what dodging was. Boom! The moment the fist and palm collided, Chu Yang's body erupted with a tremendous amount of power that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, surging and surging endlessly. Song Lai was struck by Chu Yang, and his entire body trembled. He let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying by Chu Yang. Bang! 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 Song Lai's body crashed into the ground, creating deep craters one after another. He somersaulted countless times, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. Only after a long time did he stop. What? Everyone watching the battle was so shocked that they couldn't help but cry out in shock. They looked at the extremely embarrassed Song Lai in disbelief. Boom! Almost at the same time, the crowd burst into an earth-shattering clamor. Oh my God, Song Lai was actually sent flying. How is this possible? This is simply too brutal. Song Lai couldn't even withstand a single blow. This monster swallowed the monster cores, causing his true chi to become chaotic and uncontrollable. His strength should have been greatly reduced. How did he become so strong? This guy is definitely not human. Seeing the Azure Dragon School's leader, Song Lai, sent flying by Chu Yang's palm, everyone was dumbfounded. One must know that a moment ago, Song Lai had forced Chu Yang to swallow the fifth monster core. He should have had the absolute advantage and could kill gods and Buddhas. However, in the next moment, Song Lai was sent flying by Chu Yang like a dog. The contrast between before and after was simply too great. It was hard for people to accept. He was like an emperor who ruled over the world. Just a moment ago, he was still floating in the air like a tiger, accepting the worship of his subjects and the reverence of the people. But in the next moment, he was kneeling before a beggar. After this blow, all the majestic, powerful, and undefeated image that Song Lai had built up over the past few decades completely collapsed and was annihilated. Little bastard, so what if your strength has skyrocketed? You're just an arrow at the end of its flight. The dust turned into a storm and soared into the sky like a smoke dragon. Song Lai suddenly stood up, and all the dust was swept away. His body was covered in blood, but he became even more ferocious. His eyes were like the most ferocious beast, staring at Chu Yang. Little bastard, you will die today. There will be no other result. Chapter 195. Old bastard, so what if you can see that my body is turned into wood? Even if I stand there and let you hit me, can you hurt me? Chu Yang's voice was so cold that it could freeze the surrounding air. At the same time, he was full of disdain. You're not worthy to kill me. Boom. In an instant, 5 types of demonic chi rushed out from his body and protected him. Then, everyone saw his wooden arms hugging each other with difficulty, and a trace of mockery appeared on his face. You're trying to act tough, little bastard. You think you can scare me? What a joke. How can I give you the time to suppress your monster essence? With a cold snort, there was a burst of sound. Song Lai punched out and instantly broke through the 5 layers of monster essence protection. His fist fiercely bombarded Chu Yang's body, but at least 60% of the power in his fist was consumed. At the same time, he felt that when his fist landed on Chu Yang's body, it was like hitting a piece of divine iron. From start to finish, Chu Yang did not move at all. Impossible. Song Lai's eyes trembled. The protective monster essence was very violent and consumed 60% of the power in his fist. As a result, one could imagine the situation inside Chu Yang's body. It must be very bad. And with the remaining 40% of his power, he could even kill someone in the Chi Soul stage. However, when his fist landed on Chu Yang's body, this little bastard was not hurt at all. How could he withstand it and be unharmed? Song Lai's eyes revealed extreme horror. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, I don't believe that I can't break through your defense. Bang, 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 bang. The air exploded. Song Lai circled around Chu Yang and punched him again and again. Like a storm, his punches broke through the defense formed by the demon primordial energy and hit Chu Yang's body like countless raindrops. From start to finish, Chu Yang did not move at all. He did not even frown. Song Lai didn't know how many punches he had sent out. But he soon found that Chu Yang's stiff body had suddenly become soft when his punches landed on Chu Yang's body. Poof! At this moment, Chu Yang also spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with black blood clots that he had been holding back. However, when he saw this scene, Song Lai was not happy. Instead, he was shocked. Using the body as medicine, a battle of life and death, and a fatal blow as fire. Training the body is like refining pills. You also understand. You're using me to suppress the demonic chi. His repeated exclamations of surprise rang in everyone's ears. In an instant, there were only 4 words in their hearts: whimsical, audacious. What kind of brain was this? What kind of guts was this? To actually use the enemy's fatal blow to suppress his demon essence. How unbridled and reckless, toying with lives. Who would dare to do such a thing? Especially when his opponent was the head of the Azure Dragon School, Song Lai. He was a supreme existence in this martial arts world and was almost a legend. Chu Yang actually wanted to use such a terrifying fist to suppress the demonic chi and temper his body. He was a complete lunatic. Ka. Chu Yang's body shrunk and returned to its original size. His skin became lustrous again, and his body was no longer stiff. The demonic chi was completely suppressed by him. Ha! He laughed loudly. Old bastard, you only realized it now? It's too late. I should express my gratitude to you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have been dead by now. Ha! Song Lai's face was burning red. He had never been humiliated like this before. He was completely played by a junior. He stubbornly held on and said coldly, "What a laughable smart aleck. Little bastard, your injuries are not light. You're not much different from a half-dead man. A half-dead man is enough to kill you." The murderous intent on Chu Yang's body was so strong that it was terrifying. Just a glance was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Kill. Without any superfluous words, the two shot out at the same time. It was like 2 giant beasts and 2 mountains colliding together. Boom! Shockwaves spread out in all directions, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. Large rocks were also sent flying in all directions by the shockwaves. The violent collision caused a cloud of dust to fill the air. The dust constantly covered the 2 figures, but they were also constantly sent flying in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions occurred again and again. The earth shook and the sky shook. The 2 fought to the death. The destructive power that exploded out became greater and greater. The area of effect also became greater and greater. Run. No one knew who said it, but everyone immediately retreated like the tide, pulling apart the distance between them again and again. The battle between the 2 of them turned the place into a scene of doomsday. It was extremely dangerous. Chu Yang's injuries were so severe that he could not use the 3rd transformation of the Origin Martial. Fortunately, his strength had increased by the power of 5 elephants. Added together, it was the power of 2 dragons and 2 elephants. He was stronger than Song Lai. However, even with the power of 5 types of demonic chi, it was still weaker than Song Lai's 4 symbols vital energy. The demonic chi was not his. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 exchanged blows. Every punch exploded with the greatest power. It was completely a head-on collision without any finesse. They were evenly matched. The sky darkened and the earth darkened. It was difficult to tell who was stronger. Chapter 196. The battle was locked in a stalemate. No one had expected the result to be like this. Outside of the battle, Song Hongji was shaken to the core. He finally made a decision. No, we can't let this continue. Elders, immediately order all the disciples to surround Chu Yang and kill this little bastard. He must die here today. Young master, if we were to intervene in a battle of this level, we would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Furthermore, it's nothing. Furthermore, you should know that if my father is defeated, none of us will be able to survive. Song Hongji's face was filled with fear. Because of this, his expression became even colder. Being petty makes one not a gentleman. Being ruthless makes one not a great man. Now is not the time to worry about the reputation of the Azure Dragon School, nor is it the time to scheme. If my father dies, where are we when facing this little bastard? We can only be like chickens and ducks, allowing him to kill us. These words were absolutely correct. A toppled nest has no eggs left intact. The two elders of the Azure Dragon School could not care about anything else. Nothing in the Azure Dragon School was more important than their own lives. All disciples of the Azure Dragon School, listen up. Charge forward and kill this little bastard. The two elders, Song Hongji, and the others were all quite shrewd. Even though they rushed up and took action, they were all just putting on a show. Most of their strength was in preparation to escape. Kill. However, how could the many disciples of the Azure Dragon School understand this? How could they understand such scheming and vicious thoughts? One after another, the disciples of the Azure Dragon School rushed up and attacked Chu Yang together with Song Lai. They launched sneak attacks and besieged Chu Yang. They used all the methods they had. You're all courting death. Chu Yang was greatly affected. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he used the Azure Dragon School's disciples to quickly retreat. He broke away from Song Lai and charged into the crowd. He conjured layers of palms and continuously slapped down. In an instant, one Azure Dragon School's disciple after another died. A storm was set off at that place and swept out. The disciples who did not know what was going on were swept away by the chi wave. They immediately let out miserable cries and flew away like kites with their strings cut. Their bodies were still trembling in the air. Boom! Song Lai's attack immediately arrived. With a swish, Chu Yang used the great Kiliakosm leaf steps. After images appeared one after another, and it was impossible to tell where he was going. He instantly retreated several tens of meters, and a second wave of Azure Dragon School's disciples arrived. It was as if the tarot cards were being pushed down. When the disciples of the Azure Dragon School saw that many people were rushing up, they also followed the crowd and rushed up. Bang! Chu Yang struck out with his palm, and the space in front of him instantly became empty. Everyone was sent flying. To the current Chu Yang, these Azure Dragon School disciples were just small fries. Although they couldn't threaten him, no matter how small the power of small fries was, they were still power. Especially when he was being watched by Song Lai and these Azure Dragon School disciples. If he wasn't careful, he would die by their hands. Song Lai, the leader of a sect, actually disregarded his reputation and ganged up on a junior. Each sect is attacking one person. When this scene suddenly jumped into their eyes, the observing elders, patriarchs, and sect leaders of the various clans and sects couldn't help but be startled. If this spread out, where would the Azure Dragon School's face go? Where would Song Lai's face go in the future? With Song Lai's identity, even if he won, it would be an unfair victory. However, when some of the clans and sects saw the Azure Dragon School's stance, they were ready to go all out to kill Chu Yang. The Azure Dragon School ganged up on Chu Yang, and Song Lai obviously tacitly agreed. Chu Yang was too shocking, and Song Lai was already terrified by his attacks. So much so that in front of his life, Song Lai gave up his reputation and chose his own life. Chapter 197. After making such a promise, Song Lai had completely shed all pretenses and disregarded everything else. Kill. The remaining two elders of the Azure Dragon School mixed in with the Azure Dragon School disciples. Once their sharp eyes caught onto Chu Yang's flaw, they didn't hesitate to mix in with the disciples and immediately kill him. You two old things and that little bastard. You two deserve to die the most. The little bastard was naturally Song Hongji. Chu Yang's perception was astonishing. How could he not know about Song Hongji's instigation? Otherwise, he would have been ambushed by the Azure Dragon School disciples. He had his eyes on the three of them, but under Song Lai's lockdown, it was hard for him to succeed. Suddenly, Chu Yang rushed out from the encirclement and stood still. Song Lai, Look at your current state. Then take a look at the coiling dragon martial institution. Do you know why they haven't made a move yet? Swish. Songlai abruptly looked at the coiling dragon martial institution that was biding its time. When he saw Nangong Ing and Li Yu's ridicule, his expression suddenly changed. He had actually forgotten about this great threat. Those restless clans and sects seemed to have just realized that they had been locked down by the coiling dragon martial institution. They were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Because there is no need. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling saber light appeared in Chu Yang's hand. The saber had yet to be sharpened. He's going to use that saber move. Buzz. There was a buzzing sound in Songlai's mind. Soon after, he frantically made his move. There was a loud rumbling sound as a mountain-sized cauldron was condensed. Under the cauldron, there were raging flames. It seemed like he was refining elixirs. From the cauldron, strands of fragrance were emitted and transformed into ferocious beasts. It seemed like the elixir being refined was using many ferocious beasts as ingredients. What was even more astonishing was that this cauldron condensed by Songlai's chi was actually emitting a medicinal fragrance. This meant that Songlai had cultivated such a true Yuan skill to the point of perfection. All Azure Dragon School disciples, listen to my command. Follow my cauldron in charge. Swish. As he spoke, a dazzling saber was cleaved out. The saber light was incomparably blazing, and the void was sliced apart like paper. The incomparably sharp saber light swept towards everyone from the Azure Dragon School. Not good. Songlai's eyelids suddenly jumped. He realized that there was a great danger. When the Azure Dragon School disciples followed his huge cauldron and rushed up like a tide, he leaped and escaped. Right at this moment, all of the Azure Dragon School disciples that rushed up to Songlai's cauldron were like a piece of paper that was sent to the blade. They were all silently cut into two halves. The world came to a standstill. That slash wasn't particularly dazzling, but its power was earth-shattering. It was as if no words could describe that slash just now. It was unbelievable. Many of the Azure Dragon School's disciples looked at the bloody line on their waist with astonishment and disbelief. Some of them even touched it with their hands in disbelief. It was as if they still didn't believe that they were cut in half because they didn't feel anything. Rumble. The large cauldron that was cut into two halves collapsed and exploded with true essence. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere and turned into a hell on earth. Blood flowed like a river, and the Azure Dragon School disciples that rushed over all died. There were no less than 300 to 400 people. Dang! When the blade touched the ground, Chu Yang was so weak that he knelt on the ground with one knee. The sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. With this attack, all of Chu Yang's monster essence and true chi were used up. And this was the second time he used fragrant elephant crossing the river to cut off the flow of people. Songlai stared at Chu Yang. His eyes were scarlet red, as if he was a fierce beast that was choosing people to eat. The golden crown that bound his hair exploded with a bang. His long hair was scattered, and his expression was mournful. The surrounding air was distorted, and waves of chaotic air currents were constantly exploding. A feeling of extreme danger erupted from his body. Little bastard, I'll definitely make you pay with your blood for the lives of hundreds of Azure Dragon School disciples. Songlai was extremely fierce. After paying such a huge price, he wanted Chu Yang to die here no matter what. At this moment, Chu Yang was extremely weak. He couldn't even stand. Songlai was sure that Chu Yang was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He didn't have any more trump cards, but at this moment, Songlai was so frightened that he almost trembled. Chu Yang was about to swallow a monster core. He clearly saw that it was a monster core of the third layer of the Chi Soul realm. It was at least equivalent to 4 monster cores of the first layer of the Chi Soul realm. Everyone quickly attack and kill him in one fell swoop. That group of Azure Dragon School disciples fell down like harvested straws. His body leaped again, and the knife attacked another group of Azure Dragon School disciples. Another large group of Azure Dragon School disciples fell down. In just a few breaths of time, the ground was littered with corpses of Azure Dragon School disciples. Among these people, there were some who wanted to rush down and kill Chu Yang. However, in just a few breaths of time, they were scared out of their wits. The sovereign is already dead. Everyone run. This guy is not human. How can a human be so terrifying? He is a demon. We can't defeat him. Everyone run. It's too scary. It's too scary. Ah, he is coming towards me. Run. In an instant, the Azure Dragon School collapsed like scattered sand. Without an expert like Song Lai to block him, Chu Yang was like a demon god, unstoppable. Logically speaking, Chu Yang should have used up all his true chi and stamina after executing such a terrifying knife attack. It would be hard for him to continue. However, after he devoured a third-layer Chi Soul Realm Beast Core, he became even more berserk than before. Song Hongji and the two elders of the Azure Dragon School did not have the slightest bit of resistance in his hands. They were like fleeing rats, caught and killed without any suspense. This caused the Azure Dragon School disciples to be even more terrified. Chu Yang seemed to have completely lost his mind after being attacked by the Beast Core. Later, he might even kill the people of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Chapter 199. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. After Song Lai, the pillar that supported the Azure Dragon School, collapsed. It completely collapsed. The Azure Dragon School's disciples were fleeing in panic everywhere. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's people didn't chase after them. Chu Yang seemed to have fallen into madness, but he did not chase after them. After he killed the Azure Dragon School disciples, he took out the secret cauldron and poured his true chi into it. The secret cauldron enlarged. With a clang, the cauldron fell to the ground. He entered the secret cauldron and closed the lid. Immediately, he activated the Sword Heart Heavenly Flame and the Blade Crystal Earth Water to wash his body. At the same time, he used the Full Martial Spirit and fell into a deep sleep. In the battle of life and death, although Chu Yang's words were mocking, every nerve of his was tense. He used the genius martial spirit to the extreme. Especially at the end, his mental energy consumption was extremely high. At this moment, his mental energy was exhausted and his head was splitting. Chu Yang seemed to have fallen into madness because of the impact of the demonic chi, but in reality, it was the use of the genius martial spirit that consumed too much of his mental energy. The consumption of mental energy was different from true chi and physical energy. He could quickly replenish his true chi and physical energy by swallowing demonic cores, but not mental energy. In the end, swallowing the demonic core of the illusion demon wolf had indeed caused a huge impact on his mental energy. If it was not for Little Six and Little Black joining hands to suppress it, the consequences would have been even more serious. Bang! Blazing flames emerged from the secret cauldron, and the sound of water waves could be heard. The people who were originally afraid that Chu Yang would lose control and completely turn into a murderous maniac finally calmed down after seeing this scene. However, looking at the secret cauldron with blazing flames, they could not help but be shocked, tempering of water and fire. Chu Yang, this monster, could already subdue the dragon tiger of water and fire. It was not easy to subdue the dragon tiger of water and fire. To make the two side by side, it was like the sun and moon illuminating the world. It seemed easy, but it was extremely difficult. Those who had tried it knew the danger. It was not bad if 1 out of 1,000 people succeeded. No wonder. He also knows the secrets of the Azure Dragon School's alchemy and body refinement. Since he could subdue the dragon tiger of water and fire, why wouldn't he dare to use Song Lai's attack as a fire to temper his body? The Azure Dragon School and Song Lai really shouldn't have provoked such a monster. They really made a big mistake this time. Even if they died, they would have died for nothing. A single misstep leads to eternal regret. The Azure Dragon School colluded with the Zhao clan and attempted to overthrow the coiling dragon martial institution. Songlai even chopped off one of the arms of this evildoer's father. If they don't die, who will? Unfortunately, the Azure Dragon School's foundation of close to 100 years is truly going to be completely destroyed and cease to exist. I have to immediately return and inform the sect master that the coiling dragon martial institution is not to be trifled with. This evildoer is no longer human. As long as he is willing, he can wipe out a family or a sect all by himself. If we provoke him, we will have to live in fear every night. The various clans and sects that had come to the Azure Dragon School to watch the battle could be said to be trembling with fear. They thought that they were all masters in this martial arts world. But after seeing Chu Yang's great power, they realized that they were pitifully weak. Even if they had rushed up together just now, they would have died a violent death. Disperse, disperse. Everyone disperse. Hurry up and return to report. Almost in an instant, the crowd that was originally like a swarm of ants suddenly dispersed. Many of them immediately leaped and flew away, wanting to immediately inform their families of this result. Chu Yang had killed Songlai and destroyed the Azure Dragon School. The impact was too great. This region was going to be turned upside down, and everything was going to be reshuffled. It was foreseeable that from now on, no matter which clan or sect, they would have to follow the lead of the coiling dragon martial institution. Today's battle would definitely become a legend that would be passed down for a long time. From today onwards, no one in the martial arts world wouldn't know of the name Chu Yang. Others can leave, but can your Fire God School and Lightning Speed sect leave? And the Ouyang clan, do you still want to leave? Chapter 200. The members of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution finally made their move. However, it wasn't the deacons or Nangonging. Instead, it was the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Li Hao, Zhang Tian, and Ji Jingsheng were the first to step out. They were also heading to the Five Elements sect and wanted to see if they were qualified to enter the Five Elements sect. They couldn't kill Songlai, and they couldn't exterminate the Azure Dragon School either. However, they still felt that they could give the Fire God School a try. Even if they lost, even if they were injured, it didn't matter. No matter what, they had to see their own abilities today. Many clans and sects were aghast when they saw this scene. The disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution actually wanted to challenge the elders of the Ouyang clan, Fire God sect, or Lightning Speed sect. They are crazy. However, they soon realized that the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution might be arrogant, but they seemed to be very calm. The opponents they chose were all one cultivation realm higher than them, and that cultivation realm was the next cultivation realm that they were about to step into. Finally, the spectators understood that the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution were all trying to cross cultivation realms to challenge. What kind of spirit was this? If it was just a single person, it wouldn't be much. However, the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution were all eager to give it a try. Their battle intent was high, and it was different. This batch of disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution are incredible. Many people were extremely shocked. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution didn't only have one monstrous talent, Chu Yang. There were probably many other monstrous talents. Even if their aptitudes were inferior, the spirit they displayed now meant that their martial Dao path wouldn't be too bad. You guys wanted to kill Junior Brother Chu earlier. If you don't give us an explanation, don't think you can leave. That's right. The disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution roared. Earlier on, the dean didn't allow us to disturb Junior Brother Chu's training. However, you guys aren't within the scope of Junior Brother Chu's training. That's right. Those who want to kill will be killed. When you guys had the intention to kill Junior Brother Chu, you should have thought of the consequences. Li Yu, Nangong Ying, and the others saw the reaction of the Coiling Dragon Martial Insti, Toot's disciples, and felt gratified in their hearts. Such unity and boldness was required, and all of this was because of one person, Chu Yang. They could foresee that this batch of disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution would be more prosperous than any previous batch. Ha, good. The more Nangong thought about it, the happier he became. He said 3 good words. Disciples of the martial courtyard, you can choose your own opponents. Feel free to make your moves. I will suppress the situation for you. Hee hee. Liu also laughed evilly and said, Kids, your courage is commendable. Just don't let others beat you until you have nothing left. After all, not everyone is a little sheep. Huh. The martial courtyard's disciples laughed. Little sheep seemed to be a very distant nickname. Who would have thought that this little sheep would be so monstrous and terrifying? We've already received Uncle Li's instructions. We won't back down even if we're beaten to a pulp. As soon as Zhang Tian responded, all the disciples of the Martial Arts Institute began to clamor. Their fighting spirit soared once again. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine. This batch of disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution wasn't just led by a leader like Chu Yang. The rest of the disciples were all outstanding individuals, and they already had the spirit to look down on the world. Boom! Clang, 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 clang. It was unknown who made the first move. In an instant, the scene was in chaos. Many people started to kill each other. All sorts of sounds exploded, and the air exploded. Dust soared into the sky and filled the air. The people of the Fire God sect, Quick Thunder sect, and Ouyang clan all had unsightly expressions. They were treated as whetstones by the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution to sharpen their disciples. What made them especially fearful and apprehensive was the monstrous Chu Yang in the secret cauldron. They could totally imagine the consequences. If they killed a disciple of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, this monstrous genius would soon challenge them. What kind of scene would that be? Perhaps they would be the next Azure Dragon School or the Azure Dragon School after that. Chapter 201. After the battle, the people of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution were dealing with the aftermath of the Azure Dragon School. Time passed day by day. This time, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution seemed to have robbed a sect's treasury. The loot was extremely shocking. Many disciples received generous rewards. As for the Azure Dragon School, it had become a new territory of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. After a discussion between Nangong, Ying, Liu, and the other deacons, they decided to move the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution here. The mountain range that the Azure Dragon School occupied was a treasure land. The heaven and earth yuan qi was extremely dense, making it more suitable for cultivation. At the same time, the land was spacious. Compared to the Coiling Dragon Town, this place was obviously more suitable. Chu Yang was tempering himself with water and fire in the secret cauldron. There were always people watching by the side. This time, Chu Yang's tempering with water and fire took much longer than the previous time. After more than a month, Li Hao, Zhang Tian, and the other disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution had already left for the Five Elements sect. However, Chu Yang had yet to wake up. No one suspected that Chu Yang was dead or that he had been tempered to death by the water and fire. This was because the aura from the secret cauldron was getting more and more shocking. In the end, the pressure it emitted made it impossible for people to approach. No one knew what had happened inside. The only thing they knew was that it was very shocking. Boom! After nearly 2 months, the pressure suddenly disappeared. At this time, Chu Yang finally woke up. When Chu Yang woke up, he unconsciously looked at his dantian. The 9 Wisdom King images had already disappeared without a trace. The flood dragons from the 18 flood dragon strikes had also disappeared. At this moment, there was only a chaotic and hazy millstone in his dantian. This millstone gave people the feeling that it was supporting the heavens above and the earth below. It was as if the heavens and the earth were created by it. What the hell is this millstone? Looking at this millstone that had appeared out of nowhere, Chu Yang was completely confused. Could it be that after the 3rd transformation of my origin martial art, I went through the 4th transformation and formed a new technique, the Great Millstone Divine Technique? Making fun of himself, Chu Yang's mood couldn't relax. What the hell is this millstone? My IQ is not enough. Everything in his body had changed too much. Chu Yang felt as if he had slept for 10,000 years, and when he woke up, the world had already changed. Things remained the same, but people were no longer the same. So when he looked at the millstone, he was stunned. He carefully sensed it. Every time the millstone spun, not only would it sweep up the heaven-earth yuan qi and grind it, it also seemed to grind the true qi in his body, his flesh, blood, bones, and organs. This millstone. Chu Yang's pupils constricted. He instantly realized how extraordinary this millstone was. It was constantly helping him temper his fleshly body, and at the same time, it was constantly tempering the true energy in his body. It was transforming all the energy in his body into a purer, higher-grade energy. If Chu Yang swallowed a demonic core now, he felt that the demonic core would be instantly ground by the millstone, and the impurities would be crushed clean. Then, it would be transformed into the purest energy. Was this millstone refined by water and fire, or was it tempered by the enemy's sledgehammer during a great battle, while my spirit, my flesh, and blood were like iron embryos? Chu Yang couldn't figure out the origin of this millstone that had appeared in his body out of thin air. A strand of his consciousness couldn't help but enter the millstone. In an instant, he seemed to have rushed into a sea of stars. The stars shone and then changed. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, birds, beasts, rivers, lakes, suns, moons, stars. There were also tadpole characters, hieroglyphs, bone characters, and many other characters. Gods, demons, Buddhas, immortals, demons. It seemed as if all the things in the world were all present. It could be said to be the myriad phenomena in the universe. The myriad phenomena in the universe are all present. This millstone can almost be said to be a myriad phenomena millstone. It was too shocking. Chapter 202. At this moment, something happened that shocked Chu Yang even more. The millstone changed again. It jumped suddenly, as if it was trying to escape or hide somewhere. Suddenly, it disappeared from Chu Yang's perception and was replaced by a celestial manifestation apparatus that was rotating slowly. He sensed again and found that the millstone was in the celestial manifestation apparatus. Roar! Suddenly, from the celestial manifestation apparatus, there was a dragon's roar, beast's roar, and eagle's cry. At the same time, there was also a Buddhist chant. A halo rushed out from the apparatus and became brighter and brighter. There were dragon's roar, elephant's roar, tiger's roar, eagle's cry, ape's cry, Amitabha, and other Buddhist chants that were getting louder and louder. On the millstone, there were flood dragons, divine elephants, white lions, flying eagles, ferocious tigers, violent apes, five-colored peacocks, Mamri Dharma Laksana, saber and sword, golden emperor technique, thousand faces technique, and many other cultivation techniques. They all appeared one by one. It seemed that all the cultivation techniques that Chu Yang had learned, such as Mahamayuri's Sutra, Great Thousand Leaf Hands, Fragrant Elephant Vigor Technique, Deadly Wind Sword Technique, 18 Flood Dragon Strikes, and so on, were all merged together. Also, on the celestial manifestation apparatus, these cultivation techniques were still being deduced continuously. This, Chu Yang was even more incredulous. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that this celestial manifestation millstone was obtained from that broken Buddha statue? When Chu Yang was in Fallen Dragon City, when he was auctioning at the Sunset Merchant Guild's auction house, the Mahamayuri Sutra acted strangely. Therefore, he had a crazy bidding war with Zhang Ming, the son of Luo Yun City Lord. In the end, he killed Zhang Ming and obtained the broken Buddha statue. At that time, a five-colored brilliance entered his body. What was the five-colored brilliance? He had never understood it, but it doesn't seem right. The five-colored brilliance is related to the Mahamayuri Sutra, but it has nothing to do with this celestial manifestation millstone. What the hell? Chu Yang frowned. The inexplicable appearance of this thing in his body made him feel uneasy. Heaven-blessed martial god boss, this thing suddenly jumped out from your Mahamayuri Dharma idol. Little Sixth's exhausted voice was filled with joy. Boss, with this treasure, why didn't you lure out earlier? If you let this treasure grind it 1,000,000 times, I reckon that little sick soul will be grinded to the pure yang state and come back to life. Boss, Six Brother and I are absolutely loyal. We definitely won't dare to play any tricks. Besides, Six Brother and I have our soul imprints in your hands. Boss, what is there to be worried about? Little Black's voice was filled with exhaustion. Clearly, its spirit had been ruthlessly crushed by the millstone. Chuyang didn't hear the rest of what the two monkeys said. He only heard one sentence. The millstone came out from Mahami Yuri's Dharma form. In that case, the spherical heaven all manifestations millstone must have been obtained from the damaged Buddha statue. Ha! Chuyang couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had reaped great rewards from this trip to Fallen Dragon City. Other than the Origin Martial Third transformation, he had actually obtained the spherical heaven all manifestations millstone. He had taken the risk to lure Zhang Ming, the son of the city lord of Luoyun City, out and killed him. This transaction was simply too worth it. Ha! Chuyang laughed even louder. At the same time, he made a ferocious declaration. I love to kill and rob. Ha ha! His ferocious laughter immediately spread far and wide. Nangong Ying, Li Yu, Chu Yunlong, and the others of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution heard it immediately. This little demon has woken up. This little sheep hasn't woken up too late. Chapter 203. Swish, swish, swish. Air-piercing sounds echoed as Nangong Ying, Li Yu, and the others arrived instantly. Behind them were many more disciples from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Clang! The cauldron lid soared into the sky as Chu Yang rushed out from the secret cauldron. A pair of blood-colored eagle wings extended from his back. With his swish, he soared into the sky and soared in the sky. The blood eagle and the black eagle from before had the same innate talents as the eagle wings, eagle eyes, etc. Therefore, Chuyang didn't obtain anything from the blood eagle's demonic core. Pong, 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 pong. For explosive sounds echoed as the blood eagle's wings exploded. The two pairs of bat wings opened up and flapped, creating a strong wind. However, the wind wasn't as fast as the blood eagle's wings. Chuyang opened his mouth slightly as formless sound waves rushed out. The things in front of him instantly appeared in his mind, but it wasn't of much use. He had eyes, and with his current perception, this kind of sound wave detection could be said to be useless. Boom! Chuyang landed from midair, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise. Soon after, the dust became even more intense, as though there was a sandstorm. A lump of qi appeared in his body. As the lump of qi transformed, the gravity around him was also constantly changing. This was a secret technique that he grasped in the Coiling Dragon mystic realm. With a loud rumble, a scorpion with a metallic luster suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It silently traversed the ground and suddenly pierced out, shattering a large boulder 1 zhang away. Sandstorm, scorpion assault. Together with the change in gravity, it should be useful. With a thought in Chu Yang's mind, the sand that was stirred up instantly calmed down. Nangong Ying and the others had extraordinary splendor in their eyes. Chuyang was actually able to control sand. When the disciples of the martial institution saw this scene, most of them were already dumbfounded. However, there were some disciples who felt that it was only natural. Such an obvious difference was naturally because the former had never seen Chu Yang's prowess while the latter didn't. Li Hao, Zhang Tian, Chu Na, Wang Xiaoman, Ji Jingsheng, and the others had already left for the Five Elements sect. With their departure, it meant the arrival of a new batch of disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Of course, not all the disciples of Li Hao's batch were heading to the Five Elements sect. Chuyang did not move, but a gust of wind suddenly blew around him. Dragons follow the clouds, tigers follow the wind. This ability was obtained from the Wind Tiger's Beast Core. Chuyang sensed it and thought to himself, there isn't much difference between a tiger and a lion. Previously, when I devoured the White Lion's Beast Core, the Wind Tiger's Beast Core didn't have much use. As for controlling the wind, it doesn't have much power. At most, it can make my wind-chasing, life-reaping sword and movement technique more agile. Immediately after, Chu Yang used the innate skill that he had obtained from the monster core of the tree demon. Silently, the true qi in his body transformed into a fragrance that diffused out. After smelling this fragrance, many disciples of the martial institution unconsciously moved closer to Chu Yang. This scene startled Nangong Ying, Chu Yunlong, and Chu Yang's big brother. Of course, they were not affected by this fragrance. Chi chi chi. Suddenly, blood-colored roots broke out from the ground like steel whips. Then, like snakes and dragons, they pounced on the disciples of the martial institution who had unknowingly walked over. With a crisp sound, the roots exploded in the air and stopped in front of them. A sharp gust of wind hit their faces, instantly waking them up. Ah! Among them, many people cried out in alarm and retreated in horror. At this moment, they seemed to see the blood-colored roots wrap around them and drag them to the ground. At the same time, they were astonished to find that dark green energy was being snatched from the surrounding vegetation, and all of it was being absorbed into Chu Yang's body. It could rob the essence of vegetation and devour its prey like the tree demon, but its devouring ability was not as good as the seven-colored heaven-devouring python. Chu Yang instantly understood and shook his head. The essence of vegetation was useful for healing injuries, but to this extent, it had little effect on him. Chapter 204. Chu Yang shook his head. Soon, he executed the last innate skill he obtained from the beast core. The illusion demon wolf was good at creating illusions and hiding. Once he executed it, Chu Yang's aura instantly converged and disappeared in a trance. Shortly after, 7 to 8 illusions appeared on his body, and he seemed to have really disappeared. Roar! 7 to 8 illusion demon wolves rushed towards Nangong Ying, but Nangong Ying didn't move at all. He laughed and scolded. Little sheep, you are just a sheep. I even killed the real illusion demon wolf, and you still want to use this to scare me? I know you're hiding behind that rock. Many disciples of the coiling dragon martial institution were stunned. When did Chu Yang hide there? But soon after, they heard Nangong Ying's exclamation. How is this possible? Little sheep, how did you do it? When the disciples of the martial institution looked over again, they saw Chu Yang rushing out from the 7 to 8 illusions. He plucked a strand of Nangong Ying's beard and left. Weren't those illusions just now? That's right. Why did senior brother Chu suddenly appear? Before I came, I heard that senior brother Chu is a god. It seems like the rumors are true. Moreover, he seems to be even more powerful than the rumors. The new disciples of the martial institution were dumbfounded. They were full of admiration in their hearts. Their minds were filled with the scene just now, and it was deeply imprinted in their minds. Little sheep, how did you do it just now? Otherwise, I will skin you alive after you plucked out your beard. Nangong Ying was shocked. He and Liu had killed an illusion demon wolf before and thought that he had seen through the tricks of the illusion demon wolf. But when Chu Yang executed it just now, he couldn't even tell the difference between the real and the fake. He was shocked and puzzled. It is a waste of the martial institution's great thousand-leaf hands. Uncle, I think you shouldn't keep the great thousand-leaf hands martial skill. Just burn it and save you from embarrassing yourself. The innate skill of the illusion demon wolf combined with the great thousand-leaf body that you deduce from the great thousand-leaf hands. Liu was also very shocked, but when he heard the words great Kiliacosm leaf hands, he understood. When Chu Yang was cultivating the great Kiliacosm leaf hands, he had been watching from the side and had clearly seen Chu Yang deduce the great Kiliacosm leaf body. However, Chu Yang's cultivation had been too low at that time, and he hadn't been able to manifest it. Ha! Uncle Li, it seems that you're the tallest among the idiots. Chu Yang's mocking voice could be heard. Nangong Ying did not have the slightest bit of temper. This evildoer understood that Chu Yang was bullying him. Take it. Nangong Ying angrily swung his hand, and a book flew towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang reached out and grabbed it. Seeing that it was the Overlord's technique, he quickly glanced at it and threw it back. This is useless. It was useless. Nan Gong-ing was stunned. Little sheep, there's a trap in the Overlord fist that you've learned. I spent half a day to find the Overlord technique for you, and now you're telling me that it's useless? Ha! While he was stunned, the Overlord's technique landed on Nan Gong-ying's face. It looked a little funny. Don't look at me like that. It's useless, Chu Yang said with disdain. That idiot Song Lai wants to trick me? He'll have to cultivate for another 800 years, right? What I deduce is much better than his Overlord's technique. Why are you looking at this trash? Before Nan Gong-ing could argue with him, he heard a loud bang. Chu Yang's fist smashed into the ground, and the illusion of 5 divine elephants appeared behind him. The strength of 5 elephants. Just now, Chu Yang was showing off a little, pretending to be pretentious, but now he was really frowning. He had swallowed a total of 5 monster cores, one of which was at the 3rd layer of the Chi Soul realm. Furthermore, his body was being tempered by the spherical heaven 1000 manifestations millstone. However, he had only gained the strength of 2 manifestations. He estimated that with his current strength, he could kill a 2nd layer of the Chi Soul realm. However, if he did not have a Yao core, he would still be killed by someone at the 3rd layer of the Chi Soul realm. Without reaching the Chi Soul realm, all those Yao beast talents are useless. They're all useless. What was worse was that he could only break through to the Chi Soul realm through the method of body cultivation. Chapter 205. The path of body cultivation required a large amount of natural treasures in order to absorb the essence within them to strengthen oneself. However, natural treasures were not easy to find. Next in line would be a large amount of precious medicinal pills, followed by Yao cores. There were a lot of demonic beasts, but beast cores were the cheapest. Naturally, the cheapest ones had a lot of drawbacks. The Tyrant Fist was one such case. The Tyrant Fist was separated from the Tyrant Technique. The only change Song Lai made was to change the method of suppressing and refining the demonic chi. There wouldn't be too many problems in the beginning, but if he followed this method later on, he wouldn't be able to suppress the demonic chi and would be in great danger. Unfortunately, he met Chu Yang and didn't succeed. Chu Yang only had the strength of 1 dragon now. Only then would his body be strong enough to transform Zhen Qi into Zhen Yuan. Only then would he be able to connect the heaven and earth bridges. I want beast cores, I want treasures, I want saintesses, I want goddesses. Chu Yang suddenly shouted out his lofty ambition. Soon after, he stared at Nan Gong-ing with a pair of thieving eyes. I say, Uncle, I am the main force in exterminating the Azure Dragon School. Where's my share? I don't want anything else. I just want beast cores, worldly treasures, and a few beauties to rub my sweat and rub my shoulders. None of them. Nan Gong-ing was so angry that his nose was crooked. Wishful thinking. Who didn't know that these 2 things were the most expensive? If I want them, I'll definitely only want beast cores and worldly treasures. Who wants money and lousy dawn? Uncle, you're going too far. Just give me 100 beast cores. 100 beast cores. Nan Gong-ing stared. Little sheep, why don't you just rob them? Didn't I already rob the Azure Dragon School? Chu Yang said, everything in the Azure Dragon School is mine. Uncle, don't be too black-hearted. Be careful of being struck by lightning. You won't have a little cock in your pants. This little bastard. Nan Gong-ing didn't want to pester him endlessly. Song Lai is also a body cultivator. Do you think he'll leave behind any worldly treasures or beast cores for you? If you shout again, I'll skin you alive. Chu Yang stared blankly for a moment. He hadn't fucking thought of this. His hopes were dashed in an instant. He wailed endlessly, my monster core? My treasure. Damn Song Lai, you old turtle. If I had known earlier, I would have eaten you raw. Little brother, are you unable to break through to the Chi Soul realm because your heaven and earth bridges were enlarged because of your body cultivation? His eldest brother, Chu Fei, immediately saw through Chu Yang's current problem. Actually, you don't have to do that. You don't have to reach the strength of one dragon to break through to the Chi Soul realm. Chu Fei continued. Other than the heaven and earth bridges, we can also connect the hidden veins and bypass the heaven and earth bridges to reach the 6 suns. Hidden lineage. There was such a saying. Chu Yang was instantly overjoyed. All roads lead to Rome. He believed in this hidden lineage. Also, most people connect the heaven and earth bridges from the bottom to the top. However, there are some unusual people who do the opposite and connect the heaven and earth bridges from the top to the bottom. From the top to the bottom, Chu Yang was stunned again. This was indeed a blind spot in his thinking. That's right. Chu Fei revealed a fascinated expression. I've heard that there are even people who completely fill up the natural chasm between the heaven and earth bridges and connect them. Fill up the natural chasm between the heaven and earth bridges. Chu Yang's mind trembled. The distance between his heaven and earth bridges was like an interstellar distance. No matter how much he filled it up, it would be useless. However, he instantly understood. Connecting the heaven and earth bridges from the top to the bottom might not be so far away. Just like how after he reached the strength of one dragon, the distance between the heaven and earth bridges in his eyes would be greatly reduced. Of course, with a different angle, everything would be seen differently. Chapter 206. Facing Chu Yang's puzzled gaze, Chu Fei smiled. It seemed that his little brother was very unhappy about being stuck on the heaven and earth bridges. Little brother, do you know about the innate aperture? Innate aperture? Chu Yang had never heard of it before. Humans are born into the innate realm. The innate aperture is formed first and then blocked after birth. It is hidden and invisible, so very few people know about it. Chu Fei continued. If you can sense the innate aperture, you can use the material that blocked the innate aperture to fill up the heavenly chasm. Chu Yang could be considered to have witnessed this move. But this is almost impossible. After Chu Fei finished speaking, he rejected such an idea. He said, "This is completely whimsical and fantastical. As far as I know, there shouldn't be anyone who can do it at the moment." Chu Yang was excited at first, but these words were like a bucket of cold water poured directly on him. After the innate aperture is blocked, it is extremely firm and unshakable, right? Chu Yang said. And if you want to shake it, you need a terrifying amount of spiritual energy, right? Indeed, Chu Fei nodded, but this is not the most difficult part. If you can find the innate aperture, you can try to pry it open no matter how difficult it is. Especially for some sacred grounds or big sects, they have plenty of methods. But unfortunately, they don't even have such a chance, because the most difficult part is to find the innate aperture. If you can't find the innate aperture, you can't do anything. If you can find it, not only can you open the innate aperture and fill up the heavenly chasm, you can also open up a spiritual mystic realm in the innate aperture, which is very beneficial. Chu Fei briefly explained, and Chu Yang immediately understood. Innate acupoints were like a bustling city, and spiritual power was like those who went to the big city to work hard. They would pry open the blocked innate acupoints and open up a space. It was like having the ability to establish a foothold in the big city and start their own business. The opening of the spiritual arcane realm was like buying a house, getting married, and having children. That was the gist of it. In this spiritual arcane realm, one could better interact with the world. Just like in a big city, information, resources, services, and so on were incomparably concentrated. Compared to in a village, one could obtain information faster, feel the pulse of the world, and listen to the voice of the world. I want to buy a house. I want to raise little 3, little 4, little 5, little 6, and little 7, little 8, and little 9. Chu Yang was instantly energized. If he couldn't do it in his previous life, then he must do it in this life. Buy what house? This mistress, is it a cat or a dog? Chu Fei, Chu Yunlong, and Nan Gongying knew that this little sheep had gone crazy again. It was actually speaking sheep language that humans didn't understand. At this moment, Chu Yang didn't respond. He used his genius martial spirit to search for the so-called innate acupoints. With a rumbling sound, a loud noise was heard in his spiritual world. Immediately, his consciousness followed his genius martial spirit as if he was on a high-speed train. It rushed along his meridians and almost reached the heaven and earth bridges in an instant. Seeing that it was about to fall into the natural mode, the high-speed train suddenly made a turn and rushed toward the place where there were no rails. It seemed to have pierced through the void in an instant and drilled into a wormhole all of a sudden. Chuyang only felt that he had pierced through a layer of window paper. Immediately, he pierced through a misty space. In front of him was a mountain that seemed to connect with the sky. The mountain was covered with huge crisscrossing cracks. It was densely packed, like a porcelain that had completely cracked. Rumble. Chapter 207. Rumble. A thunderous sound came from Chu Yang's body, and Chu Fei couldn't help but tremble. Little brother found the Xiantian acupoint, and he's attacking the Xiantian acupoints? Impossible. How is this possible? Chu Fei couldn't help but laugh in his heart. His little brother was monstrous, but he found the Xiantian aperture just as he said so, and even caused such a big commotion. It was impossible. If that was the case, then what were those monstrous geniuses he saw before? They were simply bullshit. At this moment, Chu Yang's face was also filled with astonishment. This is the Xiantian aperture. Didn't you say it was hard to shake? He was dumbfounded. Could it be that little Fei was exaggerating just now? Or little Fei actually doesn't know anything and is just talking nonsense? Chu Yang's consciousness floated in the air above this space. He watched as the rock flow surged out of this secret realm like a raging river. Then it went straight to the location of the two bridges of heaven and earth, pouring down like a waterfall. Under the natural chasm of the two bridges of heaven and earth, there was a loud rumbling sound. A huge cloud of dust soared into the sky. It was already filling up the natural chasm. It seemed that there was no mistake. These were innate acupoints, but they were very different from what Big Brother had described. Chuyang couldn't help but poke his big brother Chu Fei. I say, little Fei, tell your brother Yang, are you half a bucket of water or a full bucket of water? Do you know anything about the Xiantian aperture? Looking at Chu Yang's strange eyes, Chu Fei couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't answer and instead asked, little brother, you found the Xiantian aperture? After saying that, he was shocked by himself. It was impossible to find the Xiantian aperture so quickly. Whatever Brother Goat asks you, just answer Brother Goat honestly. Chu Yang was very proud. It's just a Xiantian aperture. How can it stump your godly brother Yang? Don't you see that there's already a country of women behind me, lining up to serve your brother Yang? Your little brother. You really found him. Chu Fei's eyes widened in shock. He looked at Chu Yang as if he was looking at a monster, an alien, an unknown creature. His body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning, and he seemed to be scared out of his wits. TSK, Chu Yang said, little Fei, everyone says that your brother Yang isn't an ordinary person. He's a great genius. Looks like little Fei doesn't have a deep enough understanding of your brother Yang's genius. I have to seriously criticize you on this point. You have to keep up with it. Chu Fei didn't say anything, but Nangong, Ying, and the others didn't have much of a reaction. This was because they didn't understand the so-called Xiantian acupoints at all. They didn't even know anything about it. They only felt that it was very powerful. Little Fei, your current expression makes you look like an idiot. You made my brother Yang's face burn. I feel very embarrassed. Is there a need to make such a fuss? In any case, Chu Yang didn't feel much and didn't feel that it was very powerful. He raised his hand and pointed at Chu Fei's forehead. A consciousness entered Chu Fei's spiritual world. Big brother, I will try to find your Xiantian acupoints. Try to cooperate with me. Little brother really found the Xiantian acupoints. It's confirmed. It's completely confirmed. Chu Fei's mind buzzed and went blank. Others didn't know what this meant, but he did. It was simply unbelievable. After entering his big brother's spiritual world, Chu Yang seemed to have sunk into endless darkness. He used his genius martial spirit to sense for a long time, but still couldn't find his big brother's Sciention acupoints. Boss, with boundless magical power, you should be able to find it by following your great sun treasure body's aura. Little Six's voice rang out, and Chu Yang was shaken. He seemed to understand why he had been able to find his own Sciention acupoints so easily, and why he had been able to shake them so easily. It was because he was in existence infinitely close to the Sciention level. Chu Yang could only say that this Sciention aperture was more useful than any nonsense. Chapter 209. Little Fei, look at your current state. You're simply too weak. You should learn from your brother Yang. There are many people who look down on me. Who do you think you are? Ha! Chu Fei once again laughed out loud. Although these words were not serious and sounded like a hooligan, it was still very satisfying to hear. There are many people who look down on me. Who do you think you are? At this moment, many people were sighing, including Nangong, Ing, and Li Yu. Previously, Chu Fei was a peerless heaven's pride and was considered a legend of the coiling dragon town. However, he had lost an arm and was forced to return in a sorry state. It was hard to avoid being looked down upon and ridiculed by others. Nangong Ing and Li Yu realized that they might also have such thoughts. However, when they looked at the two brothers, Chu Yang and Chu Fei, at this moment, such thoughts were completely gone. Before, Chu Yang was called a little sheep and was considered a trash under the protection of his father and big brother. But now, who would have thought that Chu Yang would be even more shocking and frightening than his big brother, Chu Fei? Now, Chu Fei was in a difficult situation. But what about in the future? Who could guarantee that he wouldn't be like Chu Yang? Who could guarantee that he wouldn't suddenly return to his former glory and even overshadow Chu Yang? When that time came, what would they think? At this moment, many people's thoughts changed. When they looked at Chu Fei again, they could not help but revere him in their hearts. Such subtle changes were all noticed by Chu Yunlong. He was very relieved and happy. With two sons like this, what more could he ask for? Rumble. The loud sounds coming from Chu Yang's body became louder and louder. It was as if countless thunderbolts were ringing in his body. This was the sound of the two monkeys, Little Black and Little Six, constantly bombarding the towering mountain that looked like cracked porcelain. At this moment, this tall mountain seemed to have turned into a great river from the sky. The mountain completely collapsed, and countless rocks and soil, like a surging river, crazily filled the natural mode of the heaven and earth bridges. From the top to the bottom, the mountain collapsed. It was as if the palace in the sky had collapsed. The mountain fell down and filled up the natural mode. The scenery hidden behind the towering mountain was instantly revealed and imprinted into the eyes of the spectators. It was a world, a primitive world. After the Sciention aperture acupoints were blocked, the clear chi would rise and the turbid chi would sink, forming a heaven and earth. This was the initial appearance of the world. G. When Little Six and Little Black saw the untainted world, they were overjoyed and excited. They could not wait to rush in. Ha! Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Originally, he only wanted to buy a house. Now, not only did he buy the land, his house was even connected to a different world. My backyard is a different world. As one can imagine, this feeling is naturally incomparably carefree, even though this is only a spiritual world and not a real world. Buzz. The void behind Chu Yang buzzed, and the phantom of a world appeared behind him. He appeared in this world as if he was the master of this world. He was a supreme existence, and he was the only one in this world. Suddenly, everyone's hearts beat violently, as if they were going to jump out of their chests and explode. Their minds were also violently shaken, and they almost knelt down in front of Chu Yang, kowtowing to such a supreme existence. However, when such a shadow appeared, Although it was incomparably huge, it did not emit any aura of pressure. Chu Fei's mind was also violently shaken, as if it was hit by a huge hammer. Little brother has already opened up his own spiritual mystic realm, and his spiritual mystic realm is extremely shocking. At this moment, Chu Fei felt that he might never be able to catch up with his younger brother. Rumble. Chapter 210. Chu Yang stepped on the void as if he was stepping on the earth. Following this path to the heavens, he seemed to be able to reach the 9 heavens. The heavenly chasm between the 2 bridges had been filled up, and this path to the heavens was the manifestation of the phenomenon. It shouldn't be called a phenomenon, but a type of divine ability. At this moment, Chu Yang seemed to have a divine bridge that could reach the other side. It also seemed to have a boat that could cross the heavenly chasm, the sea of bitterness, and travel through the universe. There was also a path to the heavens that led to the endless world, shrinking the earth into an inch, so close yet worlds apart. Chu Yang was shocked. Filling up the heavenly chasm between the 2 bridges actually gave him such an ability. No wonder his big brother was so shocked just now. Sure enough, there was a great fortune in it, and such a great fortune was simply unimaginable. His current realm was too low to display such a divine ability. Once his realm increased, it would be absolutely unimaginable. Chu Yang took a step on the path to the heavens and immediately soared into the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, he was high up in the sky. However, he suddenly realized that almost half of the true energy in his body had been consumed. This damn thing was just like the first time he used the incense elephant crossing the river. The consumption was astonishing. At the same time, the path to the heavens beneath his feet also became thinner. Short distance movement is fine, but if the distance is too long, a man will immediately surrender and be cursed by the queen as a useless thing. However, this was already heaven-defying enough. Chu Yang immediately pondered whether or not this path to the heavens could be concealed. After all, it was too eye-catching to reveal. He shrank the path to the shortest possible distance. Then, his true energy surged out, forming a 5-colored cloud that completely covered the path. This 5-colored cloud was formed by the real Qi in Chu Yang's dantian when he was practicing the Mahamayuri scripture, before he had awakened his memories of his past life. And this 5-colored cloud was a perfect match for this heavenly road at this moment. So, Chu Yang instantly thought of a classic line. In my heart, he is a peerless hero. One day, he will ride a 5-colored cloud to marry me. Ha! When Chu Yang thought of this line, he instantly laughed out loud. In the future, he could go pick up girls like this. This brother will ride a 5-colored cloud. Of course, Chu Yang also longed for the somersault cloud of the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. He remembered that when he was young in his previous life, he had dreamt of being like Sun Wukong. Now, it seemed that his childhood dream could come true. Whoosh! Chu Yang dubbed the sound himself. It was the familiar sound of Sun Wukong somersaulting. At the same time, he also somersaulted out. Without a single somersault, they would travel 108,000 li. With just a single somersault, they would roar and gallop. Chu Yang somersaulted out. His complexion immediately turned pale. The real qi in his body was completely drained. In a flash, he fell down like a big stone. Bang! With a loud sound, the birds and beasts on a mountain peak nearly 100 feet away from Chu Fei and Nangong Ying were startled and fled. At the same time, a cloud of dust was raised. Soon after, the sound of cursing could be heard from afar. It was obvious that Chu Yang had fallen quite hard. Motherfucker, what bullshit somersault cloud? What bullshit 108,000 miles? I can't even act cool or throw a tantrum. What bullshit thing, and you still want to rely on you to pick up girls. You have really blinded my eyes. Facing such a Chu Yang, what else could they say? They could only be speechless. He was still not satisfied. Chapter 211. He had failed to act cool and made a fool of himself. He had failed to get injured. Chuyang naturally didn't have the face to see anyone. He found a crack on the ground and directly drilled into it. He completely disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a ground full of astonishment like chicken feathers. Chu Fei had also sensed the Xiantian aperture and was greatly affected. He immediately left, and the two brothers disappeared in an instant. There are scares every day. If I stay by this little sheep's side for too long, I might be scared to death one day. At this moment, Liyu's mind was constantly replaying the scenes he had just seen. The illusory world behind Chuyang, the heavenly path under his feet, the five-colored clouds, and the shocking scene of him doing a somersault. Every scene shocked him. Every scene was completely beyond his imagination and understanding. The ironclad rules of the martial world were completely overturned. It was as if Chuyang was born different from them. These rules could not restrain him at all. He had already jumped out of the five elements and was no longer in the three realms. Recalling the scenes related to Chuyang, Liu sighed in his heart. From seeing Chuyang comprehend the great thousand-leaf hands in the library, to killing Song Lai's son in the Coiling Dragon secret realm, to saving the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and single-handedly overturning the Azure Dragon School. Until now, how long had it been? How much time had passed? In less than half a year, he, Liu, had seen so many incredible things from this little sheep, Chuyang. Li Feng, are you just scared? I was scared to death just now. Nangong Ying's sharp eyes were misty at this moment, revealing the complicated emotions in his heart. There seemed to be disappointment, envy, jealousy, and of course shock and amazement. All these emotions were intertwined, and the feeling was indescribable. The new generation replaces the old, and the new generation replaces the old. Nangong Ying sighed. We're old. We're really going to be beaten to death on the beach like that little sheep said. What do you think, Brother Chu? Chu Yunlong's face was also filled with shock and horror. At this time, when he was asked this question, he could only smile bitterly. How did you feel just now? I have a general idea. Although he is my son, do you think he is still in my imagination? The three of them had truly received quite a bit of stimulation today. They went to drink together and left at the same time. As soon as they left, the disciples of the Martial Institute were in an uproar. Is this the rumored senior brother Chu? You are indeed formidable, simply too formidable. Heavens, if I hadn't seen him in person, I wouldn't have been able to imagine how powerful senior brother Chu is. How is it as simple as just being powerful? This is simply a dream. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, I still felt that it was unreal. It was like experiencing a dream. Isn't that so? It's truly unbelievable. There's a grand path that leads to the heavens beneath my feet, and I feel as if I'm standing firmly in space. It's simply unrestrained to the extreme. Even flying isn't as elegant as senior brother Chu's. It's so fascinating. Regardless of whether it was the new or old disciples of the martial courtyard, after seeing everything that happened today, their hearts were completely shaken. They felt that even if they were to tell others about what they saw today, no one would believe them because it was too outrageous. To be precise, this was tantamount to a fool's dream, a fantasy story. Chuyang spent an entire night healing his injuries and recovering his true qi. His injuries were not light, and his bones were broken. If it were someone else, they would have completely lost control of their body in the sky and fell down like a huge rock. Chapter 212. Chuyang did not stay at the Azure Dragon School. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution had just moved here, and his mother, Lu Yi, did not follow. Instead, she stayed at the old Coiling Dragon Martial Institution in the Coiling Dragon Town. She was there to accompany her, and there were women who could talk about the family matters. Chuyang felt that his father had made a wise decision. With his mother around, he would not travel far. Chuyang was about to head to the Five Elements sect, and it was impossible for him not to travel far. In addition, his mother had just reached middle age, and with his elder brother and father around, he could leave and explore. Of course, he could leave, but before he left, he had to accompany his mother for a few days. All mothers were the same. Chu Yang had recently revealed his talent, and Lu Yi had patiently warned him not to be arrogant and not to be arrogant. He had to know how to be humble. He was going to the Five Elements sect, and she had repeatedly warned him not to be impulsive outside. He had to endure, give way, take a step back, and everything would be fine. Her main meaning was safety, 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 the most important thing. After that, many parents were worried about their children's marriage. Chu Yang was no exception. His fiancée jumped out again, and his elder brother, who was listening at the side, burst into laughter. Other than accompanying his mother, most of the time, there were many disciples of the martial institutions who came to ask Chu Yang for guidance on martial skills. Generally, they were not provocative, and Chu Yang had pointed them out one by one, causing the disciples who had moved to the new institution to rush back to the old institution. Chu Yang's current reputation had overshadowed everything. Even Liu and Nan Gongying were not as good as him. And Chu Yang's guidance was something that many disciples of the martial institutions yearned for. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Night. In the night sky, there were many stars and a gentle breeze blew. Chu Yang originally wanted to stay for a few more days, but he was urged by Chu Yang to hurry to the Five Elements sect. Otherwise, it would be too late. If not for Chu Yang's current terrifying speed, it would be too late for him to rush over. Remember, there are many martial institutions under the Five Elements sect. Every time the Five Elements sect recruits new disciples, 100 martial institutions will gather. There are crooks mixed in with the honest folk. You must be careful and do your best to ensure the safety of our martial institution's disciples. I say, dear father, can you just say that it's my sister? Don't worry, if anyone dares to touch her, I'll take his head. Chu Yunlong immediately tidied him up. As for the disciples of the other martial academies, you have to do your best to ensure their safety. I know. Don't be so long-winded. My ears are growing calluses. Chu Yang didn't take it seriously. With his personality, was he the kind of person who would allow others to bully him? It would be good if he didn't bully others. Don't be careless. Our martial courtyard is located in a remote area, and our strength should be the weakest among all the martial courtyards. It's better to be cautious. This was the truth. The Coiling Dragon Town had the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. It could be said that the founder of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution had a high status in the Five Elements sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Normally, the Five Elements sect would only establish a martial institution in cities like the Fallen Dragon City and the Luo Yun City that Chu Yang knew. Naturally, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution was much weaker than these martial institutions. The closest city to the Coiling Dragon Town was the Fallen Dragon City. Of course, the Fallen Dragon City also had a martial institution of the Five Elements sect, the Fallen Dragon City Martial Institution. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution couldn't be compared to the Fallen Dragon City Martial Institution. The difference in strength was too great, just like the difference between a village and a city. Little brother, if you meet the person who severed my arm, don't kill him or cripple him. Chu Fei also spoke. I will return everything, not leaving anything behind. Who is that plaything? Let me know if he's a tortoise or a tortoise. Chu Yang squinted his eyes. Don't worry, I won't kill him. However, if I'm unhappy, I will definitely beat him up. You will know when you reach the Sky Academy. Immediately, Chu Fei grasped Chu Yang's Achilles heel. Little brother, sister-in-law is as beautiful as a fairy. You have to hold on tight. TSK. Chu Yang was disdainful. He then muttered to himself in his heart. Five Elements sect, Sky Academy. Huh? I will go there one by one and leave my name there. Boom. True energy surged out from Chu Yang's body. A pair of eagle wings formed on his back, and he immediately soared into the sky. In an instant, he flew far away, and only his voice could be heard from afar. Big brother, father, I am leaving. Take care. Swish. Chapter 213. The journey between Fallen Dragon City and Coiling Dragon Town took about half a day or even a day. Chu Yang flew quickly and used only 3 hours to reach Fallen Dragon City. It was already midnight. This won't do. I have to find an inn and stay for the night. Chu Yang's exhaustion of veritable energy and physical strength was still manageable because he had replenished them. However, his mental energy was not. If he had not opened his spiritual secret realm, he would not have been able to fly for so long. Even so, he was already mentally exhausted. Dragon Gate Inn. Chu Yang was very familiar with this name. He smiled and said, "I will stay in this Dragon Gate Inn as well." After settling down, Chu Yang immediately started to recover his mental energy. His hands started to change, forming the lotus seal. Immediately, his consciousness changed and a white lotus appeared between his eyebrows. The root of the white lotus seemed to be inserted into mud, stabbing into Chu Yang's exhaustion. As the white lotus bloomed, his exhaustion seemed to become nutrients that were quickly absorbed into the white lotus. Spiritual Pearl Seal. Chu Yang's hand seals changed from the lotus seal to the spirit bead seal. Immediately, a spirit bead appeared in the stamen of the white lotus flower. Along with the petals of the lotus flower, the petals withered one by one. The spirit bead seemed to be like the sun rising from the east, illuminating Chu Yang's spiritual world. It was as if it was dispelling the darkness in the world, shining light to every corner. Lion Seal. Aquarius Seal. After practicing a few hand seals, not only did Chu Yang's mental energy become exhausted, but it also became spirited. His mental energy even faintly increased. The effects of these hand seals evolved from the Mahamayuri scripture are truly astonishing. Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh in admiration. In this way, his following journey would be much easier. After that, Chu Yang discovered that this world was not pure. He could still hear the sound of wind and rain in the night while he was in the Dragon Gate Inn. The sound of the wind hitting the banana leaves made him feel like he was staying in a hotel in his previous life. It seems that no matter which world it is, they're all filthy. Having sharp senses also had its disadvantages. Just as Chu Yang was about to turn off his sharp senses, he suddenly heard an extremely vulgar voice. "This beauty is at the ascending soul tier, yet she actually managed to make me faint. This time, my joyous pills can finally show their worth. Not only will I be able to taste this beauty, but I'll also be able to advance to the ascending soul tier. I'll definitely be more ecstatic than before. Young master, don't take out the ball of cloth from her mouth. If she kills herself by biting her tongue, all our previous efforts will be wasted." Joy Pill. Chu Yang once again heard the name of such a pill. Speaking of which, he was the one who had escorted this pill to Fallen Dragon City. Today, it could be said that it had been utilized to the extreme. Who knew how many hedonistic disciples had relied on the joy pill to raise their cultivation? At this moment, right before his eyes, a woman had been robbed because of the joy pill. Speaking of which, Chu Yang had a part to play in this. Damn your grandpa. Should I save her or not? His mother had repeatedly warned him not to cause trouble and not to show off. Chu Yang had planned to be an obedient child, but now it seemed that he was about to break. Of course, he was afraid. Those who could buy the joy pill definitely had a significant influence. Since this young master was able to obtain the joy pill, he was definitely the favorite of those big shots. If he were to stab him, not only would it be dangerous, but it would also be very troublesome. I'll just be a good child. Just at this moment, his perception heard that vulgar voice again. This beauty is really innocent. She actually believed me when I said that I was a disciple of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. She is probably a disciple of the Five Elements sect. Therefore, young master has to be even more careful. If the Five Elements sect were to find out, our general's residence would be annihilated. What is there to be afraid of? I've already done the deed of husband and wife with her. She can only obediently marry me. No matter how dissatisfied she is, as long as she has my child, what else can she do? Fallen Dragon City, General's Residence. A female disciple of the Five Elements sect. because the disciple of the coiling dragon martial institution had been tricked. Chapter 214. Young master, please slow down. This old servant will go out first. In the darkness, Chu Yang saw an old man retreat from the guest room. He was at the second level of the Chi Soul Realm. How dare you attack an ascending Soul Realm martial artist when you're only at the second level of the Chi Soul Realm? Chu Yang sneered. He used his sharp senses to carefully scan his surroundings. After confirming that there was no one hiding in the dark, he immediately made his move. Wind Killer Sword, Yama style. Without any sound, especially in the dark night, Chu Yang was like a ghost. He was like a gust of wind in the night, suddenly rushing towards the old man. At this moment, the old man did not notice anything strange and was completely unprepared. Chu Yang came from behind him and pierced the back of his neck, piercing through his entire throat. Good. The old man's throat only made a strange sound before he died in an instant. He did not even know who killed him. After that, Chu Yang silently approached the guest room. Hee, senior sister, just submit to your junior brother. Woo-woo. Through the gap, Chu Yang could vaguely see a tall young man tearing off his clothes in a panic, revealing his bony body. Chu Yang could only see his back, and couldn't see his wretched smile at this moment. However, Chu Yang could clearly sense the young man's cultivation, a mere 8th level of the Chi Soul Realm. The elixir of joy is mine. Why don't I just give my woman to someone else? Only the heavens and earth will know. When Chu Yang made his move, such a thought appeared in his mind. When he entered the room, the young man was already naked. He did not even notice Chu Yang's arrival. Hey, brother, I'll go first. You can pick up the broken shoes behind me. Chu Yang patted the young man's shoulder. Scram, it has always been me, the young master. Who do you think you are? How dare you fight with me? His words abruptly came to an abrupt halt as he abruptly turned around. Seeing Chu Yang's beaming smile, an ominous glint immediately appeared on his face. Just as he was about to explode, Chu Yang's fist had already landed on his mouth. Bang! In order to stop him from making any noise, Chu Yang stepped on his mouth with his foot. So, he could only make a whimpering sound. If you make another sound, I'll send your little rooster into the cycle of reincarnation. The young man felt the tip of the sword on his crotch and instantly stopped moving. He was extremely obedient, like an obedient dog. At this moment, Chu Yang saw the woman. She was tied to a cross like Jesus, but her 2 long legs were not in the shape of Jesus. Instead, they were written with the number 8. Her mouth was gagged, and her entire body was tightly bound by ropes. Her legs, waist, chest, hands, and even her neck were all tied. She had an oval face, skin as white as mutton fat. Her eyebrows seemed to have been plucked from the crescent moon in the sky. Her watery eyes, especially at this moment, were filled with tears and even panic, making her look even more pitiful. There was no need to comment on her figure. Her figure was the golden ratio, perfect curves, and a pair of jade-like feet. She was cute and small, making one's heart flutter. Those with foot fetishes would probably act up immediately. This woman was already extremely beautiful, but now she was even more alluring. She was so tightly bound that some parts of her body were even more prominent. Chu Yang looked at her and felt a wave of heat in his nose, as if something was about to flow out. Also, at this moment, he really wanted to pick up a whip, find a candle, and perform some kind of procedure. Chapter 215. Woo woo woo. Chu Yang's invasive gaze caused the woman to let out an angry and embarrassed cry. Her watery eyes looked as though they could spit out flames and burn Chu Yang into ashes. This woman has no eyesight at all. Now is the time for you to flip out. Luckily, this young master is being kind. Otherwise, I would have replaced that idiot and let you whimper to your heart's content. Chu Yang directly decided that this woman had no eyesight. Also, he did not think that his gaze was invasive. If this was his previous life, this gaze would be normal. Besides, she was so beautiful that she did not want men to look at her. He hated this kind of woman the most, especially those who were gorgeously dressed and would be scolded with a single glance. "What are you looking at? Why are you glaring at me again? If it weren't for your good looks, I wouldn't even bother looking at you." Chuyang did not give her any face. Seeing that she was not convinced, he scolded, "Don't think that just because you are a beauty and have some good looks, you can enter this young master's eyes. You are still lacking. Let me ask you, are you a holy maiden?" The woman's eyes were filled with embarrassment and anger. Wasn't this bastard here to save someone? "Answer me." Chuyang suddenly raised his voice. "Are you a holy maiden?" He was like a little sheep that had turned into a big wolf. The woman was frightened and quickly shook her head. "Are you a demoness?" She shook her head again. "Are you a goddess?" She still shook her head. "Are you a witch?" She still shook her head. "You're not a holy maiden, demoness, goddess, or witch. How can you tell that this young master has taken a liking to you? Why don't you take a look in the mirror and look at yourself? You're just a dogtail flower, and you still want this young master to have bad intentions towards you? Stop dreaming." The woman was so angry that she could not help but glare at him. Her eyes were about to spit fire. Chuyang raised his voice again. "You are still glaring at me. Forget it. You are a simple-minded woman. In this kind of situation, your mother did not tell you to put on a pitiful look, but not too pitiful to the point of attracting a man's heart. Or rather, you are really an idiot. As a punishment, so that you will remember, you will be tied up there for now." Chuyang was too lazy to pay attention to her. He trapped the naked youth and took off the storage ring on his hand. Then he immediately smiled. He couldn't help but shiver all over when he saw this woman with such a sinister smile. "Hee, you better not disappoint me too much, or I promise to teach you a lesson." Chuyang warned the youth. What he meant was that the amount of treasures in his storage ring was not enough, and he would suffer in the future. Then he began to look through the items. The first thing he saw was a woman's storage ring. He thought that it must be this woman's storage ring. The 5 Elements sect was good, so he had to give them some face. It was impossible to kill them, but it was not too much to take some of the good things inside. Chuyang immediately checked the woman's storage ring, and his eyes lit up. There were many treasures inside. 1,000-year earth sealwort, flaming fruit, exquisite ginseng. There were many more, but he only recognized these 3. These were all heavenly and earthly treasures that were most suitable for body cultivators to use to refine their bodies. The energy contained within them was astonishing. "What is this?" Suddenly, Chuyang's eyes widened. He saw familiar handwriting. "To younger sister Tong." Chuyang hurriedly opened the letter to take a look. Suddenly, he was struck by lightning. He was instantly charred on the outside and tender on the inside. It was really Big Brother's handwriting. It really was Big Brother who wrote this letter. The content of the letter was mostly about how, after Big Brother Chu Fei was crippled, he felt that he could not fulfill the promise. He expressed his guilt and asked her to find another husband. Chapter 216. Sister-in-law. Fuck, what did I do just now? Just now. Was that considered taking liberties with sister-in-law? Chuyang was about to cry his eyes out. He remembered that he had just scolded the woman for being a retard. This was very tragic. He had done what he should and should not have done. And the facts proved that it was not right to have bad intentions when seeing a woman. But now it was too late. These 2 points were the most serious. But just now he had said many inappropriate things. To be more precise, they were very shameful words. Chuyang almost went limp and fell to the ground. Now I know how powerful I am. I am the only son of Fallen Dragon City's general's residence. If you dare to treat me like this, my father will definitely make you beg for death. This grandson, he thought that he was afraid of him. Chuyang was really angry. If it was not for you, I would not have scolded my sister-in-law for being a retard and almost took liberties with her. Your grandfather, if I don't teach you a lesson, I will be sorry for myself. Bang! Chuyang fiercely jumped up and fiercely punched this grandson's stomach. He was in so much pain that he curled up like a shrimp and couldn't even make a sound. At this time, Chuyang found another fatal problem. It was very, very, very serious. he found that this grandson was completely naked. Wasn't this dirtying his sister-in-law's eyes? Bastard, I still have one more crime. Chu Yang immediately stewed this general's only son and rolled him into a ball. He hurriedly stuffed him into a corner. Shwa. Then, he went in front of the woman like lightning and hurriedly untied her. Then, he directly knelt down with a plop. The ignorant are innocent. The flood rushed to the Dragon King's temple. Sister-in-law, I promise that I did not have any bad intentions towards sister-in-law just now. Chu Yang made a serious statement, and his sudden action scared the woman out of her wits. Why did this bastard suddenly change his personality? Then, when she heard the words sister-in-law, her body stiffened, and her expression became very interesting. You are that little sheep. She was so shocked that her little mouth formed an O shape. Even the little sheep knew, how could it be wrong? At this moment, Chu Yang wanted to die. Why did he do such a bunch of shameful things just now? Yes, yes, yes. Sister-in-law is so wise. You are indeed a heroine, a heroine. I am that little sheep. Sister-in-law, what I said just now was all bullshit. Just pretend that you didn't hear it. I'm just a little sheep who doesn't know how to filter my words. You have to pay special attention to this sister-in-law. The woman's face flushed red, and when she recalled what had just happened, she couldn't help but feel angry. She gritted her teeth as if she wanted to hit someone. Sister-in-law, don't hold back. If you need to hit, hit. Don't save your energy. The words sister-in-law entered her ears and pierced every nerve of hers. How could she still care about being angry? Her face instantly turned red as she reprimanded. Who's your sister-in-law? Little sheep, don't talk nonsense. Sister-in-law, don't deny it. Little sheep, you know that if you're not my sister-in-law, who else can you be? Chu Yang's heart was filled with resentment. He immediately wailed, that bastard Xiao Fei. He's so secretive. It's so hard on me. Chu Yang's face changed in an instant, causing the woman to feel a little strange. He was too shameless. This little sheep, Chu Fei had told her before, but it didn't seem like this at all. However, when she suddenly thought of Chu Fei, her mood suddenly fell. How is he now? A while ago, he was tired of living. He said that he was sorry to the heavens and sorry to the earth. He wanted to hang himself. Now that I've seen him in person, I finally know who he is sorry to. Chu Yang continued on, sister-in-law, don't worry. His attempt to commit suicide was stopped by the wise and mighty me. And after using his face to smash through thousands of mountains and change 1,000 faces, he is already sobered up. He has vowed to start all over again. He must marry a fair, rich, and beautiful woman and walk to the peak of life. His mouth was full of nonsense, causing the woman to laugh. However, she quickly became gloomy. Soon after, the sound of something breaking through the air came from outside, causing her expression to change. Chu Yang only heard her anxiously say, my junior sisters and the others are coming. Don't let them know about the matter between me and your big brother, otherwise. Chapter 217. Bang, bang, bang. The guest room was directly smashed open, and 7 or 8 women barged in at the same time. In an instant, it was as if spring had arrived in the guest room. The spring light was bright and beautiful, and hundreds of flowers were blooming. These 7 or 8 women were more beautiful than the flowers, making Chu Yang's eyes light up, especially the woman in the lead. This woman was only 16 or 17 years old, but she seemed to have reached the most beautiful and mature season in a woman's life. She was in full bloom like gold. She was already so dazzling at this age. When she really grew up, who knew how beautiful and alluring she would be? It was likely that people would be unable to extricate themselves from her. At this moment, she was already extremely beautiful. She was incomparably cold and elegant, making people not dare to get close to her. There was a kind of holiness that made people unable to bear or dare to profane. In the cold and holiness, there was also a kind of ethereal and otherworldly charm with a hint of otherworldly taste. However, Compared to her cold expression, her moving body was incomparably hot and passionate. Even if she had a cold face, she seemed to be smiling at you when she looked at you. For example, right now, she was obviously angry, but her bright eyes were watery, her red lips were incomparably gorgeous, and her white teeth were sparkling. Her entire person was exceptionally delicate and fiery. Her neck was as white as a swan's, towering breasts, incomparably slender waist, and her curves were fine. She was big in all the right places, tall in all the right places, thin in all the right places, convex in all the right places, concave in all the right places. Her devilish figure was completely inconsistent with her temperament. From her proud body, there was not a trace of otherworldly and holy purity. Instead, she was simply a witch in the human world, charming all living things. However, the contradiction between temperament and figure was strangely perfectly combined on her body. Chu Yang's throat was constantly moving as he watched, and he kept swallowing his saliva. Perfect, simply perfect. Chu Yang could not help but take another look. Her figure was extremely good, and her curvy figure was very tall. Even if she was standing in a group of beauties, her charm was extremely outstanding. That kind of brilliance could not be concealed. It was as if no matter how many people there were, her brilliance would still stand out. A crane in a flock of chickens. Among a group of beautiful women, she was a crane in a flock of chickens. It was as if Chu Yang's gaze had violated her. She coldly snorted, and the sword in her hand released a cold light. Soon after, sword chi pierced through Chu Yang. At the same time, the jade-white sword in her hand shot towards Chu Yang like a bolt of lightning. Fuck your grandpa. Yours truly only took a look, and you want to kill me? Chu Yang would not be able to withstand it and would immediately die. Especially now that Chu Yang was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy from his sister-in-law, it would be even more difficult to avoid it. In an instant, he could almost smell the scent of death. This woman's swordsmanship was extremely shocking. Whoosh! Chu Yang almost passed through his sister-in-law's crotch. He stuck close to his sister-in-law's leg and darted over like a scorpion. This time, he was like a scorpion that suddenly burrowed into the sand. After burrowing for a distance, he suddenly pierced out. He really was like a living scorpion. Aoshua, don't do anything. He is my savior. Once his sister-in-law spoke, this bullshit woman only stopped and did not apologize. Chu Yang's anger immediately surged. Bastard, I almost lost my life, and she did not even apologize. That woman, are you retarded or sick? Chu Yang cursed loudly. What's wrong with taking a look at you? Do you think you can casually kill someone with that little beauty of yours? Why don't you take a piss first and look in the mirror to see your dead face? Are you a saintess? Are you a demoness? Here it comes again. When his sister-in-law heard this, she was too familiar with this line. Those 7 or 8 girls who were more delicate than flowers at the side couldn't help but be stunned. There was actually someone who dared to say such vulgar words to junior sister Aoshua. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror first, and look at your dead face? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.